Chapter 1661 Old Dog. I'll kill you with one strike. Yang Yi stopped because the soul-nurturing tree had appeared in front of him again. Obviously, it had grown fond of his primordial violet energy. Yang Yi was in quite a difficult position as he gazed at it. He really wanted to take it with him. After all, it would be extremely beneficial to his soul. However, he was very well aware that the Ku clan would absolutely not allow him to do so. Suddenly, Snowy appeared before him. She blinked at the soul-nurturing tree, and then flew over to it before waving her claws about. After that, she returned to Yang Yi's shoulder. Meanwhile, the old man in a luxurious robe, Ku Rong, and Ku Zhui had appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at them and shrugged. "Seniors, what is it trying to say?" The old man pondered deeply for a few moments and said, "It may have grown fond of your unique profound energy." Yang Yi revealed an utterly innocent expression as he said, "What should we do?" The old man in a luxurious robe and Ku Rong were in quite a difficult position. The soul-nurturing tree possessed intelligence of its own, and it was quite special. So, the Ku clan didn't want to use force on it. However, the Ku clan would absolutely not allow it to go with Yang Yi. Suddenly, the soul-nurturing tree vanished on the spot. The old man's expression changed slightly, and he was about to stop it, but it didn't take long for him to be stunned. Because it had actually returned to the round platform in the forest. The old man and Ku Rong exchanged glances, and there was a wisp of bewilderment in their eyes. Obviously, they didn't understand why it would suddenly change its mind. However, it was a good thing for the Ku clan. The old man glanced at Yang Yi, and then he gazed at Ku Zhui. "Send Brother Yang off." At this moment, all he wanted was for Yang Yi to leave as soon as possible, and prevent the soul-nurturing tree from changing its decision. Ku Zhui gazed at Yang Yi. "Let's go." Yang Yi didn't delay. He nodded, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky while Ku Zhui followed closely behind him. "That kid's profound energy is quite special," Ku Rong spoke in a low voice. "I've never seen such profound energy." The old man in a luxurious robe shook his head slightly. "I've never seen it either." Ku Rong remained silent for a moment before he said, "Unfortunately, he's a young master of the Yang clan. Otherwise, we could have kept him in our clan." The old man shook his head. "That kid isn't someone that's easy to deal with. His arrival may bring chaos to our Ku clan." Ku Rong shook his head and chuckled when he recalled Yang Yi's temper. It didn't take long for them to vanish on the spot. On the round platform on the ground below, the soul-nurturing tree suddenly shook slightly, but it didn't take long for it to return to normal. Outside Quiet's system. Ku Zhui stopped upon sending him here, and she gazed at Yang Yi. "Let's part ways here." Yang Yi turned around to gaze at her, and he smiled. "Sister Zhui, I'll come see you again." She spoke indifferently. "It's best if you don't." Yang Yi chuckled and turned around with the intent to leave. However, he seemed to have thought of something and added, "Right, how do I get on the Milky Way rankings?" she asked. "You want to get on the rankings?" Yang Yi smiled. "Not really. I'm just asking. Of course, I would like to have a look if it's possible." Ku Zhui fell silent for an instant, and then she explained. "The Milky Way rankings is set by the Qin clan. If they think you can be ranked on it, then you will. Of course, you can head to the Qin clan's spatial arena to challenge the geniuses on the Milky Way rankings. You'll replace the rankings of your opponent if you win. Of course, you can't immediately challenge others who are too high up the rankings. You're only able to challenge those who are 2 rankings higher than you." Yang Yi nodded. "What's that spatial arena you spoke about?" Ku Zhui said. "A special arena. You can head to the Qin clan to get a spatial teleportation talisman. In that way, you can teleport to the arena at a moment's notice." She paused for a moment and continued. "Most of the geniuses in our medium universe have gotten that teleportation talisman. Because you'll be able to encounter all sorts of formidable opponents there, and it's a very good way to temper yourself." "I see." Yang Yi nodded. Geniuses like them would definitely refuse to stay at home and just cultivate every single day. The geniuses who only cultivated bitterly had no combat experience, so no matter how great their cultivations were, it would be easy for them to be killed. That was why many people were killed by cultivators below their realms of cultivation, and it was also why many could surmount their realms of cultivation to fight opponents of a higher cultivation realm. Battle was the best method to improve a person's strength. Meanwhile, Kuji said, "Your Yang clan's fight for succession is about to begin. Are you going to compete too?" Yang Yi shrugged. "What else?" He sized up Kuji at this point and added, "Why don't you come help me? I need the help." She glanced indifferently at him. "You're dreaming. I wanted to warn you that besides those young masters of your Yang clan, you have to be even more careful about the help they're getting. Because I heard the members of the Ying clan are participating too." "The Ying clan?" Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. "The Yang clan will allow that?" Kuji replied. "As far as those old fellows of your clan are concerned, so long as you have the ability, you can even drag the disciples of all the other clans to your side. Because it's impossible for them to pose a threat to the Yang clan. Moreover, only a single person will be able to survive by the end of the fight for succession, and that person will have to go through many tests. So, they aren't worried that other powers will take control of the Yang clan's future successor and patriarch." Yang Yi nodded and asked, "Is the Ying clan very strong?" Kuji nodded. "Very. The second on the Milky Way rankings is from the Ying clan. Moreover, it has another disciple in the top 10. Yang Yi was curious. "Who's the first? Which clan is that person from?" Kuji shook her head in response. "I don't know. Only those two fellows ranked at the first and second would. Because only they have the right to meet that fellow who's ranked first." She paused for a moment and continued, "I heard the first may be at the True Realm." Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. "The True Realm? The True Realm at below the age of 40? If the first on the rankings really was at the True Realm, that person would be absolutely terrifying. That person was simply not human." "All right." Meanwhile, Kuji said, "I'm heading back." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and vanished into the distance. Yang Yi gazed in the direction she had vanished towards, and he just stared for a short while before he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the distance. However, he hadn't gone far when an energy palm flashed out from the space in front of him and slapped down towards him. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't stop and just drew his sword. Bang! The energy palm was instantly shattered by his sword. Meanwhile, a black-robed old man appeared before him. It was Mo Lin. Yang Yi had a calm expression on his face, and he didn't seem surprised. Meanwhile, Mo Lin laughed coldly. "Little bastard, weren't you acting really arrogant in the Ku clan? Weren't you? Come. Why don't you do that again right now?" Yang Yi shook his head. He didn't waste his breath. He just stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. And Mo Lin's voice carried a trace of ridicule, and he immediately transformed into a ray of black light that vanished on the spot. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and Yang Yi and Mo Lin were pushed back at the same time. However, Mo Lin stopped after being pushed 300 m back while Yang Yi had been pushed almost 1 kilometer back. "Little bastard, you have some skill." Mo Lin started walking slowly in Yang Yi's direction. "However, as far as I'm concerned, you're still an ant." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a beam of black light that surged towards Yang Yi. Sword intent surged madly out of Yang Yi, and then he tapped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Bang! They collided in midair, causing the space here to tremble violently. After that, both of them were pushed backwards repeatedly by the force of the collision. After being pushed over 300 m back, Yang Yi suddenly stopped, and then his soul flashed out of his body. At the same time, a wave of terrifying intent suddenly surged out from within him and instantly turned the starry sky around him blood red. Zenith rank slaughter intent. "Old dog! I'll kill you with one strike!" As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Ye's soul transformed into a ray of blood-red light that vanished on the spot. The soul version of the Sword of Rebirth. This was the swiftest attack Head ever executed since he learned the Sword of Rebirth. Because Head even activated his flash boots, his speed had instantly risen explosively by countless times. His current speed was swift to the limit. At the moment Yan Ye's figure vanished, Mo Lin's expression had changed drastically. A moment later, his aura as a half-step true realm expert surged out madly from within him. However, a speck of blood-red light had arrived at the exact same instant that his aura had surged out. The aura was like a balloon that had been pricked by a needle, and it instantly exploded apart. After that, another terrifying wave of pressure slammed down upon Mo Lin. Sword intent. Sword intent and slaughter intent at once. Hiss! A ray of blood-red light shot out of the back of Mo Lin's head, and then Mo Lin's body stiffened on the spot. Yang Yi sheathed his sword. He turned around to gaze at Mo Lin, and the latter was staring blankly at him. How swift! Suddenly Yang Yi said, I'm not in the mood to listen to your nonsense. He immediately waved his sword, and a ray of blood-red light pierced through the center of Mo Lin's forehead and put an end to his life. Yang Yi sized up Mo Lin's corpse and shook his head. What a pity! Those killed by the Sword of Rebirth couldn't be refined into sword servants. Otherwise, he would have obtained a puppet at the half-step true realm. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he turned around with the intent to leave. Suddenly, the space in front of him trembled, causing Yang Ye's eyes to narrow slightly while he tightened his grip on his sword. Suddenly, the space there cracked open, and then a black shadow flashed out from within the rift. Yang Ye's eyes immediately opened wide at the sight of it. What the? Chapter 1662 I've never backed down. What was it? The soul nurturing tree. The Ku clan's soul nurturing tree. Yang Yi hadn't expected the soul nurturing tree to follow him again. At the same moment that he was stunned by this, Snowy had suddenly emerged from the primordial pagoda. She immediately gazed at the soul-nurturing tree and cracked a smile, and then she flashed over to it, grabbed it by a branch, and entered the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi was stunned speechless by this. Suddenly Yang Ye's expression changed. He remained silent for just an instant before an idea came to him, and he hurriedly shouted with fury. Who are you? Let go of the soul-nurturing tree! As he spoke, he drew his sword and swung it towards the distance. Wham! A sword howl resounded through the entire sky, and then a ray of sword energy shot into the depths of the starry sky. It didn't take long for a loud explosion to resound far away. After that, Yang Yi was about to chase after the thief, but 3 old men had appeared by his side. 2 of them were Ku Rong and the old man in a luxurious robe from before. Yang Yi was about to speak when he saw them, but Ku Rong's figure flashed off in the direction of Yang Ye's sword energy. As for the old man in a luxurious robe and another old man in a linen robe, they both remained on the spot and stared at Yang Yi without blinking. Around 3 breaths of time later, Ku Rong returned, and then he gazed at the other 2 old men and shook his head. The face of the old man in a luxurious robe turned gloomy, and then both he and Ku Rong simultaneously gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi blinked. Seniors, what's going on? The old man in a luxurious robe fell silent for a few breaths of time and said, You have it right? Yang Yi had a puzzled expression on his face. I have it? Have what? Ku Rong suddenly said. The soul-nurturing tree. Don't joke with me. Yang Yi jumped. Seniors, are you joking? How could it possibly be with me? Both of them didn't speak, and they just gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi said, Seniors, I did see the tree just now, but I hadn't even been able to react before a black-robed old man grabbed it. Look, I even attacked him. However, he was truly too fast. Ku Rong shook his head slightly. I went in that direction and didn't see any black-robed old man. Yang Yi shrugged. Seniors, if you think I have it, then search me. I'm even willing to let you search my spatial ring. Ku Rong and the old man in a luxurious robe exchanged glances, and then the old man swept Yang Yi with his divine sense. Yan Yi didn't resist it, and allowed the old man's divine sense to even sweep through his spatial ring. The reason Yan Yi dared to let the old man search him was because he was confident in the primordial pagoda. The primordial pagoda couldn't be compared to the past anymore. So long as it wasn't willing to be detected, then no one could detect its presence. A short while later, the old man withdrew his divine sense. At the same time, his face became extremely unsightly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "Seniors, you believe me now, right?" The old man fell silent for a few breaths of time, and then he said, "Can you let me search your sea of consciousness? After all, some people are able to create a pocket of space in their seas of consciousness, and they can store things there. Don't worry, it'll only search and will absolutely not harm you." Yan Yi's face fell. "Senior, isn't that request a little too much? I'm sure you're aware that allowing someone to enter my divine sense is like leaving my life in your hands." The old man nodded slightly. "I naturally understand that. But young brother, the soul-nurturing tree is extremely important to my Ku clan, so—" Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "What if it isn't in my sea of consciousness? If it isn't, then it isn't. What else do you want?" Meanwhile, the old man in a linen robe, who hadn't spoken until now, spoke coldly. "Don't tell me you want us to apologize to you?" Ku Rong's expression changed when he heard this, and he knew the situation was about to take a turn for the worse. Ku Rong was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly gazed at the old man in a linen robe. "What the heck are you saying? I'm only cooperating out of consideration for Jui. If I'm to be honest, what can you do to me if I refuse to cooperate?" Even though they were half-step true realm experts, he really didn't fear them. The eyes of the old man in linen robes narrowed slightly. "Why don't you give it a try?" Yang Yi shrugged, and then he turned around and walked away. Meanwhile, the old man in a linen robe spoke coldly. "You brought this upon yourself. I tried to give you some face." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and made a clawing motion at Yang Yi. This action caused a wave of powerful energy to envelop Yang Yi, and then Yang Yi's bones started to make cracking noises beneath the pressure from it. A vicious glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and then a wave of terrifying slaughter intent swept out from him. And then the old man's energy was instantly obliterated. Zenith rank slaughter intent. Their expressions changed when they witnessed this. All three of them hadn't expected that Yang Yi had actually comprehended slaughter intent, and it was even at the zenith rank. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was in front of the old man when his figure appeared again. After that, he drew his sword and swung it. 10 overlapped heavenrands. Heavenrands that were enhanced by Returnal rank sword intent and Zenith rank slaughter intent. At the instant Yang Yi's sword energy shot forward, the powerful energy it contained pushed both Ku Rong and the old man in a luxurious robe a few steps back. As for the old man in linen robes, his expression changed. He didn't dare act carelessly when facing this attack, and he swiftly slammed both his fists at Yang Yi's attack. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the old man was pushed 300 m back. Meanwhile, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Boom! At the moment Yang Yi's figure vanished, another explosion resounded. At the same time, the linen-robed old man was pushed around 1 kilometer back. Yang Yi didn't follow up with another attack. He just glanced coldly at the old man. "Do you understand now? I'm the one who gave you face, not you. Understand?" Yang Yi turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. Suddenly, the linen-robed old man vanished on the spot, and he was behind Yang Yi when his figure appeared again. A huge axe had appeared in his grasp, and he held it in his right grasp as he swung it down at Yang Yi's head. Crack! The space around Yang Yi instantly cracked apart as it descended. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while the desire to kill flashed through his eyes. He immediately turned around and drew his sword. Bang! An explosion resounded as sword and axe collided, and then they shook violently before both Yang Yi and the old man were slammed backwards. Ku Rong and the old man in a luxurious robe glanced at Yang Yi and the old man in a linen robe. Ku Rong was about to stop them from fighting, but the other old man stopped him and spoke indifferently. Conceited youngsters who don't know the limits of their own strength should be taught a lesson. Kurong glanced at the old man, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. After they stopped themselves, the linen-robed old man started walking slowly in Yan Ye's direction. Needless to say, your strength isn't bad. However, do you think I'm weak? Allow me to teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Yan Ye's face instantly turned savage when he heard the old man, and then he transformed into a ray of blood-red light that vanished on the spot. He was in front of the linen-robed old man when his figure appeared again, and then he swung the blood-red sword in his grasp. The old man laughed fiercely as he swung his axe forward at Yan Ye's sword. Clang! Both of them were pushed back repeatedly upon colliding with each other. However, Yan Yi didn't take long to stop himself, and then he once again transformed into a ray of blood-red light that charged at the linen-robed old man. At this moment, Yan Yi was once again fighting without any regard for his life. In the beginning, the old man had been able to fight Yan Yi equally, but he was gradually unable to withstand Yan Yi. Because Yan Yi was too ruthless. Every single attack he launched was one where he intended to trade his life for the old man's life. But how could the old man be willing to do that? Since he was concerned about his own life, he started to gradually fall into a disadvantaged position. As for Yan Yi, he grew more and more ruthless and ferocious as the battle progressed. Kurong and the old man in a luxurious robe had quite unsightly expressions on their faces. Because they hadn't imagined that a rebirth realm cultivator like Yan Yi would actually be able to suppress a half-step true realm expert. They were about to attack when the space in the battlefield collapsed. As soon as a black hole appeared there, the expressions of both Kurong and the other old man changed drastically because the black hole had actually started to shrink. Attack! They didn't dare hesitate and intended to attack immediately. However, the black hole suddenly stopped shrinking, and then a figure was blasted out of it. It was the linen-robed old man. The old man hadn't even stopped himself when a ray of light suddenly surged out from within the black hole, and then Yan Yi appeared before the old man. He stomped his foot down on the old man's chest, and then held his sword in both hands as he stabbed it downwards and stopped it right before it pierced the old man's forehead. He said, "You said you want to teach me a lesson on behalf of my parents? You said that right? Yan Yi! Let him go!" Meanwhile, the old man in a luxurious robe spoke abruptly. "If you kill him, my Ku clan will definitely not let you go. I don't think you want to become enemies with my Ku clan, right?" Yan Yi turned his head and shot a glance at the old man in a luxurious robe. "Threatening me with the Ku clan?" The old man replied indifferently. "I'm just telling you a fact." Yan Yi nodded and said, "Indeed, I don't want to become enemies with the Ku clan." He looked down at the linen-robed old man and said, "I'll give thee face. Just apologize and I'll forget this ever happened." The old man stared at Yan Yi while a wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of his mouth. "Apologize? What? Did what I said strike a soft spot? However, you do seem like a pussy. And a piece of trash who didn't have a mother to raise him." Yan Yi bent down to look at the old man. "You think I don't dare to kill you? Do you?" Disdain filled the corners of his mouth. "Not to mention the Yang clan, even the Yin clan would give my Ku clan some face. You!" Suddenly, a ray of light flashed through the linen-robed old man's throat. Hiss! His head instantly flew up into the air while accompanied by a torrent of blood. Yan Yi sheathed his sword, and then he turned to look at Kurong and the old man in a luxurious robe. "In all my life, I've suffered, and I've experienced fear, but I've never backed down." Chapter 1663 You Fight. "I'll run." At the moment Yan Yi chopped off the linen-robed old man's head, Kurong and the other old man's expressions had become extremely unsightly. They hadn't expected that Yan Yi would really dare to kill the old man in a linen robe. The old man in a luxurious robe gazed at Yan Yi. "Do you realize what you've done?" "What I've done?" Yan Yi chuckled. "Actually, I didn't want to do that. But it can't be helped. You people from large clans always consider yourself to be superior to others, and you think that others should give you face. When others give you face, you think it's a matter of course, But if others refuse to give you face, you feel that person isn't sensible and should be taught a lesson. Yang Yi shook his head at this point and continued. The way I, Yang Yi, do things is that if someone respects me, then I'll respect them. If others don't respect me and want to bully me, then I'm sorry. It doesn't matter if that person is from your Ku clan, I'd still kill that person even if he's the son of God. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and walked away. However, Ku Rong and the old man in a luxurious robe appeared not too far away from him. The old man stared at Yang Yi and said, You intend to just walk away after killing him? Yang Yi spoke indifferently. What? You want me to kill 2 more? The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. You're that confident? Yang Yi gazed at the old man. Why don't you give it a try? The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a short while. He didn't say anything and just stretched out his right hand. A wave of powerful energy instantly shook the space around Yang Yi. But it didn't take long for a wave of red light to surge out from within Yang Yi, and then the old man's energy was dispersed in an instant. The old man tapped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of white light that shot towards Yang Yi. At the same time, Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it. Bang! Space shook violently, and then Yang Yi was pushed 300 m back while the old man was merely pushed less than 30 m back. Yang Yi glanced at the old man from afar. Needless to say, while the old man in a luxurious robe and the linen-robed old man were both half-step true realm experts, the old man in a luxurious robe was much stronger than the linen-robed old man. The old man glanced at Yang Yi, and then he stretched out his right hand and twisted it swiftly. In an instant, the space around Yang Yi started to move. The powerful energy within it caused Yang Yi to feel like his body was being pulled apart by numerous horses. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly, and he immediately raised his sword and slashed. Bang! The space around him collapsed and was obliterated. A moment later, a ray of light shot out of the expanse of collapsed space and instantly appeared before the old man. The old man's expression remained calm, and he tapped his finger forward. The space before him suddenly started to spin, and it swept Yang Yi into it. However, it only took a moment for a blood-red ray of light to flash out from there. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he slapped his palm forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the old man was pushed around 30 m back. As for the spinning vortex of space in front of him, it had been sliced into strings by Yang Yi's sword energy while Yang Yi's figure had appeared in front of the old man before stabbing his sword forward. It was swift to the absolute limit, and even the old man in a luxurious robe merely saw a ray of light flash before him. The old man didn't dare act carelessly, and he immediately raised a small black shield in front of himself. Bang! The shield shook violently, and then a ray of black light shot out from it. Yang Yi's expression changed from the sight of the black light, and he quickly raised his sword and slashed it forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and Yang Yi was pushed almost 1 kilometer back. Yang Yi glanced at the black shield from afar. It was obvious that the shield was a zenith-rank treasure. You're not bad indeed! Meanwhile, the old man in a luxurious robe said, However, not to mention that you're just a young master of the Yang clan, even if you're the Yang clan's successor, my Ku clan will still kill you without any hesitation. As he spoke, he took a step forward, and then he tapped the black shield in front of him. In an instant, it transformed into a black vortex that swept towards Yang Yi. Everywhere it passed, space was instantly sliced into pieces. Yang Yi's eyes drooped as he gazed at the black vortex. It didn't take long for the shield to get closer and closer. Suddenly Yang Yi looked up. But right when the old man and Ku Rong thought he would swing his sword, Yang Yi's figure shook and charged towards the black vortex. In an instant Yang Yi's figure was sucked into it. Both the old men were quite stunned by this, and bewilderment filled their eyes. Suddenly, the old man's expression changed drastically. How dare you! He was about to act, but the black vortex suddenly vanished, and then a ray of light shot out from there. Bang! The old man was pushed around 100 m back, and Yang Yi had appeared before Ku Rong and the old man. Ku Rong's eyes instantly narrowed when he saw Yang Yi, and they were filled with disbelief. Because Yang Yi was completely unharmed. Of course he was unharmed. He possessed zenith rank laws of darkness, and coupled with the unique physique he possessed right now, it could be said that he was fully immune to dark matter and dark energy. But the energy created by that black shield was formed from dark matter and dark energy. So, it was completely harmless to Yang Yi. That was exactly why he was completely unharmed, and had even placed the black shield within the primordial pagoda. The old man stared at Yang Yi. "Where's my shield?" Yang Yi chuckled. "Why are you asking me when it's your shield?" A wisp of the intent to kill flashed through the old man's eyes. "Damn it!" As he spoke, he moved slightly sideways while raising his hands a little. A moment later he slapped them down in Yang Yi's direction. 1,000 waves. The space before him instantly seemed to have transformed into an ocean, and it started overlapping in layers. At this moment Yang Yi felt like he was in an ocean that had tidal waves raging through it, and the space there seemed like ocean water that was trying to drown him. In just an instant, Yang Yi was submerged beneath that ocean of space. A moment of silence ensued, and then a sword howl resounded from within it. After that, a ray of light shot out from there. Space was instantly sliced open wherever it went, and it didn't take long for the ray of light to arrive before the old man in a luxurious robe. Suddenly, the space before him was compressed in layers, and then it transformed into a palm that slapped forward in Yang Yi's direction. Bang! The ray of light was dispersed while Yang Yi was blasted over 1 kilometer away. Yang Yi gazed coldly at the old man from afar. As for the space between them, it was rippling lightly like ripples on the surface of a lake. The old man in a luxurious robe stared at Yang Yi. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to be so strong. Even though Yang Yi had always been at a disadvantage, he hadn't been able to kill Yang Yi. Yang Yi's attacks were extremely sharp and powerful while enhanced by Returnal rank sword intent and Zenith rank slaughter intent, and Yang Yi was even able to destroy his powerful techniques with ease. He couldn't do anything to Yang Yi. That was what the old man felt right now. He remained silent for a moment, and then he spoke in a low voice. "Let's join forces." Kurong nodded when he heard this. Even if the old man didn't say anything, he would still join the battle. Because Head realized that the old man couldn't do anything to Yang Yi. Right when they were about to attack, Yang Yi suddenly said, "What? You intend to gang up on me?" The old man in a luxurious robe said, "Don't waste your breath on him. Attack. The soul-nurturing tree might be in his sea of consciousness." As he spoke, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Meanwhile, Kurong was about to attack as well, but a ray of golden light suddenly flashed. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and then the old man was blasted 300 m away. At the same time, Kurong's expression changed, and he hurriedly looked off into the distance. A woman with a spear in her grasp had suddenly appeared there. It was a Nanjing. The old man in a luxurious robe glanced at his palm. At this moment, his entire palm and arm had cracked open. He fell silent for a moment before he looked up at a Nanjing. "Who are you?" A Nanjing didn't speak. She just moved over to Yang Yi's side, but her aura was still locked onto the old man. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly spoke. "If you attack me again, both of you'll lose your heads today. Don't start bringing up the Ku clan. I just arrived in the Milky Way system, so I don't know anything about how strong or mysterious the Ku clan is. So, don't force my hand. Otherwise, both of you might die a horrible death." A wisp of ferocity flashed through the old man's eyes. He was about to attack when a voice suddenly resounded. "Both of you can't do anything to them." The old man was stunned when he heard the voice, and then a respectful expression appeared on his face. It didn't take long for a middle-aged man to appear here. The man was none other than the one-armed man Yang Yi had met earlier, the guardian of the Ku clan, Ku Ming. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Ku Ming. The Ku clan has even sent out a true realm expert. Ku Ming walked over to Yang Yi and Nanjing. He stopped not too far away from them and said, "No one dares to take from the Ku clan, and no one can just kill a member of the Ku clan." Yang Yi spoke indifferently. No one can just insult a member of my Yang clan too. Well said. Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then a violet-armored man with a spear in his grasp walked out from a point of space that wasn't too far behind Yang Yi. Yang Gawu. Ku Rong and the other old man's faces fell when they saw the man. The Ku clan had its guardian, and so did the Yang clan. Yang Gawu was the Yang clan's guardian. Ku Ming glanced at Yang Gawu. I didn't expect you to come yourself. However, can you stop me from killing them? I can't. Yang Gawu spoke indifferently. However, if you break the rule that all 8 of our clans set, then my Yang clan will naturally not abide by that rule anymore. If you kill the juniors of my Yang clan, then it'll kill the juniors of your Ku clan. A life for a life. It's a worthy exchange. The 8 clans had jointly set a rule that the true realm experts of the various clans couldn't act against the juniors of the other clans. At the very least, they couldn't do it openly. Ku Ming fell silent for a moment, and then he said, Does your Yang clan want to go to war? Yang Gawu didn't answer the question, and he gazed at Yang Yi instead. What do you think? Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, You fight. I'll run. Chapter 1664 Wait. There's something there. Yang Zhi's eyelids twitched when he heard Yang Yi. He gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, I didn't notice that you're quite shameless. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Yang Gawu turned to look at Ku Ming and said, Ku Ming, can you represent the Ku clan? Ku Ming spoke indifferently. If they refuse, they'll fight alone, all right? Yang Gawu spoke indifferently. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you at any time. If your Ku clan wants to fight, my Yang clan will accompany it at any time too. Then bring it on. As soon as he finished speaking, Ku Ming vanished on the spot. He was swift. Absolutely swift. A solemn expression instantly appeared on Yang Yi's face when he saw Ku Ming attack. Because he hadn't been able to see Ku Ming's movements at all. Ku Ming was strong. At this moment, both Yang Yi and Nanjing were far from a match for him. However, it was normal. Ku Ming had been an extraordinary genius who was ranked on the 3rd position of the Milky Way rankings. At that time, had been able to kill a true realm expert while at the half-step true realm. Yet now, Ku Ming was at the true realm. So, it was obvious how strong he would be. Fighting such a person while at a lower realm of cultivation? It was difficult. Extremely difficult. Moreover, Yang Yi was only at the rebirth realm, so there was an entire 2 realms of cultivation between them. It was extremely unrealistic to try and surmount 2 realms of cultivation to fight Ku Ming. Yang Yi knew his own strength very well. So, he refused to court death. At the moment Ku Ming vanished, Yang Gawu had vanished as well. A moment of silence ensued. Bang! An explosion resounded like a thunderclap, and then the space in a huge area trembled violently before cracking apart. Yang Yi was first stunned, and then he was delighted. If the space in such a huge area collapsed, he could take control of the huge black hole it created. At that time, even if he couldn't kill Ku Ming, he could definitely injure Ku Ming, and he may even be able to heavily injure Ku Ming. As for Ku Rong and the old man in a luxurious robe, they would definitely lose their lives. Such a huge black hole wasn't something a half-step true realm expert could resist. Right when Yang Yi was looking forward to the collapse of that huge expanse of space, Ku Ming and Yang Gawu suddenly stopped fighting. It didn't take long for 2 old men to respectively appear by Ku Ming and Yang Zhi's side. The old man by Ku Ming's side was the supreme elder of the Ku clan, and the second in command in the Ku clan, Ku Yuxing. As for the old man by Yang Zhi's side, it was the council master of the Yang clan's council of elders, Yang Lin. Ku Yuxing smiled. Brother Yang Lin, long time no see. Yang Lin grinned. It has been many years. But I didn't expect us to meet under such circumstances. Ku Yuxing nodded slightly. Indeed. He paused for a moment and gazed at Yang Yi. Brother Yang Lin, this junior of yours is very formidable. Yang Lin glanced at Yang Yi and said, The young are hot-blooded and impetuous. Weren't we the same all those years ago? Ku Yuxing replied, I can understand that. However, everyone must bear the consequences for their actions, right? Yan Lin nodded. Brother Ku, that is true. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued. Tell me what you did to make the Ku clan send 3 half-step true realm experts to kill you and even send out its guardian. Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied. The Ku clan has falsely accused me and wants to cause trouble. Yang Yi described everything that had happened. This time, he hadn't exaggerated. After all, there were no fools here, so they would only look down upon him if he exaggerated the facts. A short while passed before Yang Yi said, That's what happened. They think I stole their soul-nurturing tree, so they wanted to search me, and I agreed to let them do that. But after they finished searching me, they wanted to enter my sea of consciousness and search it as well. Yan Lin asked. Then why did you kill a member of the Ku clan? Yang Yi spoke in a helpless tone. I had no other choice. Because I refused to let them search my sea of consciousness, they intended to do it by force. So, that linen-robed old man attacked me, and I had no choice but to defend myself. I planned to just stop without killing anyone, but I didn't expect him to be so weak and die just like that. Of course, he can't be blamed for that. It's my fault for being a little too strong. The expressions of everyone from the Ku clan became quite unsightly when they heard Yang Yi. After all, what Yang Yi had said in the end was a heavy slap on the Ku clan's face. Do you know how to speak? Meanwhile, Yan Lin berated Yang Yi. You think you're very strong? Don't even think you can do as you please because you have some strength. There are countless experts in this world, and there are innumerable who are stronger than you. Yes. Yes. Yang Yi hurriedly nodded, and then he moved aside as if had learned his lesson. Yan Lin glanced at Yang Yi, and then he gazed at Ku Yuxing. Brother Ku, I have a rough understanding of the matter. This junior of mine healed your soul-nurturing tree, and then the tree vanished. After that you thought he had it, so you caused trouble for him. But this junior of mine has said that it isn't with him. Ku Yuxing turned to look at the old man in a luxurious robe, and the old man spoke solemnly. The soul-nurturing tree was exceptionally fond of his profound energy. It wanted to follow him from the very beginning, but we stopped it. However, we hadn't expected it to actually dig its way through the ground, break open a rift in space, and flee our clan. He paused for a moment and continued. When we chased after it, all we saw was him. So, the soul-nurturing tree is definitely in his sea of consciousness. Because we've searched his spatial ring, and it isn't in there. Thus, he has definitely hidden it in his sea of consciousness. Ku Yuxing gazed at Yang Yi, and Yang Yi spoke indifferently. It isn't in my sea of consciousness. Ku Yuxing gazed at Yan Lin, and the latter gazed at Yang Yi. Is it really not in your sea of consciousness? Yang Yi glanced at Ku Yuxing and the others, and he said, I know that you won't believe me no matter what I say. So, how about we do this? It'll allow you to search my sea of consciousness. If you find the soul-nurturing tree, Yan Lin suddenly said. If they find it, I'll kill you myself. Yang Yi glanced at Yan Lin. Meanwhile, Yan Lin gazed at Ku Yuxing and said, But Brother Ku, what if you don't find it in his sea of consciousness? If we don't find it? Ku Yuxing nodded and said, What do you think, Brother Yan Lin? Yan Lin gazed at Yang Yi and asked, What do you want? The Ku clan's treasury is filled with treasures. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and asked, Senior, what do you think I need? Yan Lin sized up Yang Yi and said, Your body is at the Undying Realm, and the next realm is the Zenith Realm. However, it's probably difficult to attain the Zenith Realm without any extraordinarily fortuitous encounters. He paused for a moment at this point, and then he gazed at Ku Yuxing. According to my knowledge, the Ku clan seems to have a treasure, the Hell Fruit. Brother Ku, if you don't find the soul-nurturing tree in his sea of consciousness, then can you give him a Hell Fruit? Ku Yuxing and the others' expressions became slightly unsightly when they heard Yan Lin. The Hell Fruit. It was no ordinary treasure. Even though it wasn't at the true rank, it wasn't something that any ordinary Zenith rank treasure could compare to. It was extremely precious even in the Ku clan. Meanwhile, Yan Lin suddenly added, Brother Ku, I'm sure you've noticed the potential and natural talent that this junior of mine possesses. As far as my Yang clan is concerned, even 10 hell fruits can't compare to him. However, I know what the soul-nurturing tree means for the Ku clan, so I'm willing to temporarily place his life in your hands. He paused for a moment before he continued. If you find the soul-nurturing fruit in his sea of consciousness, there'll be no need for you to do anything. I'll kill him myself. However, if you don't find it, then it isn't too much to compensate him with a hell fruit and give my Yang clan a proper way out of this situation, right? Suddenly, Yan Yi hesitated for a moment and was about to speak, but he stopped when he was just about to say something. Even though the changes in his expression were subtle, the experts from the Ku clan had noticed it. Ku Yushin glanced at Yan Yi, and then he gazed at the old man in a luxurious robe. The latter nodded slightly and was about to speak when Yan Yi suddenly laughed coldly. The soul-nurturing tree really isn't in my possession. Why don't you believe me? Seniors from the Ku clan, I practically never lie, so just believe me this time. Ku Yushin glanced indifferently at Yang Yi. You practically never lie because you lie all the time, right? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Ku Yushin gazed at Yang Lin. Fine, I agree. However, I want to search him myself. Yang Lin gazed at Yang Yi and asked, Do you have any problems with that? Yang Yi remained silent. A cold smile immediately curled up on the corners of the luxurious-robed old man's mouth when he saw Yang Yi fall silent, and Ku Yuxing's face became calm as well. At this moment, Yang Yi wasn't just staying silent, even his profound energy was secretly circulating. At the moment his profound energy started circulating, Yang Lin and Yang Ju's expressions had turned gloomy, and the cold smile on the luxurious-robed old man's face grew wider and wider. Suddenly, Ku Yushin said, How about you hand it over yourself, and I'll give the Yang clan face and spare your life. However, you have to come back to the Ku clan with me. Members of my Ku clan can't die for nothing, so you have to stay by his grave for 20 years. You search me. Yan Yi spoke abruptly. Ku Yuxing's eyes narrowed slightly. He gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he nodded. After that, a strand of his divine sense entered the center of Yang Yi's forehead. At this moment, the gazes of everyone here descended upon Yang Yi. Even though Yang Yi's expression was calm, he was a little nervous in his heart. Because Ku Yushin was a true realm expert. While he was confident in the primordial pagoda, he was still a little worried. After all, what if Ku Yushin noticed something? The situation would get out of control if that happened. A short while later, Ku Yuxing's expression gradually became unsightly. Yang Lin and Yang Ju's faces gradually eased up at the sight of this. Another short while passed, and Ku Yushin withdrew his divine sense. Yang Yi was about to speak when Ku Yuxing's gaze suddenly descended to his abdomen. Wait. There's something there. Chapter 1665 The Legend of an Ancient Cultivator. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi's abdomen when they heard Ku Yushin, and Yang Yi's own expression had changed as well. The atmosphere here became tense. Suddenly, there was movement near Yang Yi's abdomen, and then a pair of white claws stretched out from within Yang Yi's clothes. It didn't take long for a small head to emerge as well. It was Snowy. Snowy glanced at everyone, and then her head shrunk back behind his clothes. Only her eyes that were constantly blinking could be seen from the outside. A sprite lord! A wisp of surprise flashed through Ku Yuxing's eyes when he saw the little fellow, but it didn't take long for his face to turn gloomy. Because the soul-nurturing tree wasn't in Yang Yi's possession. The faces of Ku Rong and the old man in a luxurious robe had turned gloomy as well. Since it wasn't in Yang Yi's sea of consciousness, it meant that the Ku clan had lost the bet. The bet wasn't a big deal, but the soul-nurturing tree was gone. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head and gazed at Ku Yushin. Senior Ku, where's the hell fruit you promised? Ku Yushin gazed at Yang Yi for a very long time, and then he nodded before flicking a black fruit over to Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi hadn't even seen it clearly when Yang Lin waved his right hand and took it. Yang Yi glanced at Yang Lin and remained silent. Yang Lin gazed at Ku Yushin. Brother Ku, let's put an end to it here. All right? Ku Yushing chuckled. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished on the spot with the others. Meanwhile, Yang Lin and Yang Ju's faces fell. A long moment of silence ensued before Yang Lin suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. Why did you offend the Ku clan? Yang Yi was puzzled. What do you mean? What do I mean? Yang Wu spoke abruptly. Kid, do you realize that you almost died just now? Yang Yi nodded slightly. I know. Yang Wu was about to speak when Yang Lin suddenly said, Enough. This kid knows nothing about the Ku clan. What you say won't make a difference. Yang Wu glanced at Yang Yi and shook his head. The ignorant are fearless. Yang Yi remained silent. Meanwhile, Yang Lin gazed at Yang Yi. The Ku clan usually keeps a low profile, but their resources and reserves run deep. A very long time ago, there were no 8 clans in this universe. At that time, there was only a single super clan. Do you know which clan it was? Yang Yi replied. The Ku clan? Yang Lin nodded slightly. The Ku clan. It broke apart due to a mishap, and that provided the other clans with a chance to rise up. After that, the Ku clan kept even more to itself. However, the other clans, including the currently powerful Ing clan, dare not rashly offend them. Do you know why? Yang Yi asked curiously. Why? Yang Lin spoke solemnly. Because an ancient cultivator once came from the Ku clan. An ancient cultivator? Yang Yi was puzzled. Had heard Xiongqi speak about them, but he didn't have a very good understanding of the concept. Yang Lin explained. A very, very long time ago, when humans had just appeared in this universe, the human race was the weakest race of living beings in Milky Way system. The human race was a race that was enslaved and slaughtered. This continued until numerous humans with extraordinary natural talent appeared in this world. They created all sorts of methods of cultivation, and the human race grew strong through cultivation. After that, the human race gradually escaped its fate of being enslaved and bullied by the other races. He looked up at the sky, fell silent for quite some time, and then continued. That group of people didn't just create all sorts of methods of cultivation, they also created our human civilization. Justice and loyalty were both created by them. That period was the most glorious period our human race experienced, and they are the earliest cultivators of our human race. The human civilization. Yang Yi felt deep reverence towards them. If the human race hadn't been able to form such a civilization, how terrifying would it be? It could be said that their contribution to the human race was absolutely huge. Meanwhile, Yang Lin added, Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, they vanished. Moreover, they even fought and killed each other before vanishing. They fought and killed each other? Yang Yi frowned slightly. What do you mean? Yang Lin shook his head. I don't know the details either. Because there are very few records about those ancient cultivators. There are no records of them in our history, and the only reason we know about them is because of the short records left behind in the ruins of their past abodes. He paused for a moment before he continued. The reason they fought and killed each other seems to be because of differing views. In short, it isn't important. What's important is that an ancient cultivator once came from the Ku clan. So, do you understand now? Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and replied. That's definitely not the extent of it. Yang Lin nodded slightly. The Ku clan has a divine treasure. It was left behind by that ancient cultivator. The reason the Ku clan has been able to survive from the ancient times is because of that divine treasure. Besides that, it has some unique cultivation methods. For example, soul cultivation. Even though some members of the other clans cultivate their souls too, it's far inferior to the Ku clan. In short, the Ku clan is very complicated and powerful. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued. Is the soul-nurturing tree really not in your possession? Yang Yi immediately shook his head. It isn't. What a joke. He would absolutely not admit it. After all, the potential troubles from admitting it would be utterly endless. Yang Lin gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and nodded. Be careful. Because the Ku clan will clearly not let the matter rest. Understand? Yang Yi nodded slightly. I will. Yang Lin flicked a black fruit over to Yang Yi. The fruit was around the size of a fist, completely pitch black, and quite scary looking. Meanwhile, Yang Lin said, "This fruit carries an aura of evil, and it impacts the soul and mind of the user. However, I've eliminated that aura, so it won't affect you." Yang Yi took the fruit and asked, "It can improve my body?" Yang Lin nodded. Actually, it's equivalent to a half-step true rank treasure. It isn't just able to improve your body, it'll stimulate your soul and mind as well. However, it'll be very painful. So, you have to be mentally prepared. Pain? Yang Yi smiled. He didn't fear pain at all. He took the fruit and said, "Thank you, senior." Yang Lin glanced at Yang Yi and wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything in the end. He just fell silent for a moment before he said, "Come, let's return to the clan." He waved his right hand, and the three of them vanished on the spot. Around 15 minutes after they vanished, Ku Yuxing and the others appeared here. Ku Yuxing gazed at Ku Ming. "Did you hear that?" Ku Ming fell silent for a moment and replied, "He said that he doesn't have it." Ku Yuxing's eyes narrowed slightly. Meanwhile, the old man in a luxurious robe said, "I think he has it." Ku Yuxing replied, "I think he has it too." Ku Ming gazed at Ku Yuxing. "Why?" Ku Yuxing replied, "If it was an ordinary person or even a true realm expert, it would be impossible to conceal the aura of the soul energy emanated by the soul nurturing tree. However, after the aura of soul energy vanished once they chased it to him." He paused for a moment and continued, "Did all of you notice? Our divine sense isn't able to detect his aura at all. If I'm not wrong, he has a special technique that can conceal the aura of things." A cold glow flashed through Ku Ming's eyes. "Why didn't you let us kill him?" Ku Yuxing shook his head. "While my Ku clan isn't afraid of the Yang clan, it isn't necessary to go head-on against them. Don't go looking for trouble from him in secret as well. Your most important task is to protect that secret realm and stop outsiders from finding out about it." As for Yang Yi, a cold glow flashed through his eyes as he continued, "No one can take what belongs to my Ku clan." Fecta City. Once he returned to Fecta City, Yang Yi returned to his room and entered the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi found Snowy on the 1st level of the primordial pagoda. She was holding a wooden sword in her claws, and the soul-nurturing tree was in front of her. Snowy was conversing with the soul-nurturing tree. Yang Yi glanced at her. Obviously, it was Snowy who had told the soul-nurturing tree what to do, and Yang Yi wondered why Snowy had done so. Suddenly, the tree shook, and then it went over to Little Sky. After that, strand after strand of soul energy emerged from it and entered Little Sky's body. As for Snowy, she was staring at Little Sky while anticipation filled her eyes. Yang Yi instantly understood why Snowy had made the soul-nurturing tree run off with them. It was for Little Sky. As the soul-nurturing tree ceaselessly sent soul energy into Little Sky, her soul gradually solidified. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he witnessed this. Sure enough, the soul-nurturing tree could save Little Sky. Around an hour later, Little Sky's eyes opened slowly. Yang Yi quickly went over to her side. "Are you all right?" Little Sky cracked a smile and said, "I probably won't die." Yang Yi grinned. You won't die while I'm here." Suddenly, Snowy flew over to Yang Yi, and then she hung on his chest and started crying. As she cried, she rubbed her head against Yang Yi's chest, and it didn't take long for all of them to be enveloped within white mist. Chapter 1666 Little Sky Awakens. Snowy grew sadder as she cried, and spirit energy surged out from her eyes like torrents. In just a short while, an area of almost 1 kilometer was covered in white mist. Yang Yi patted her head gently and spoke softly. "Little fellow, what's wrong?" Snowy looked up at Yang Yi, and then buried her head in his chest and continued crying. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Around 15 minutes later, Yang Yi was finally able to console Snowy to the point that she calmed down. After he talked with her, he finally understood why she was crying. She was happy. She was too happy when she saw little Sky wake up. So, she couldn't control her emotions and started crying. Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he found out. Even though little Sky had woken up, she was still extremely weak. Because the injuries she had suffered were truly too severe. So, she had to recuperate. However, she had the soul-nurturing tree, so her recovery was extremely swift. Based on her estimations, it would take just a few months for her to fully recover. Yang Yi suddenly asked, "Little Sky, will the soul-nurturing tree be effective in helping Xiaoqi?" Little Sky flashed up the soul-nurturing tree and sat on it. She thought for a moment and replied, "It should work, but her soul is quite unique, so its effects won't be very good." Yang Yi's face fell when he heard this. Meanwhile, Little Sky added, "But it's fine. Based on my estimates, it'll take 2 or 3 months at most for her to wake up." 2 or 3 months. Yang Yi visibly relaxed when he heard this. Xiaoqi had been sleeping for so long, so it was time for her to wake up. Had promised the old man in a Taoist robe that he would send her back home, and had never forgotten that promise. After Head resolved his business in the Yang clan, he planned to send her home. After playing with Snowy and Little Sky for a while, Yang Yi returned to the cultivation room on the 3rd level. At this moment, only Nanjing and Xiao Yushi were here. Xiao Yushi was meditating and cultivating. She was charging into the rebirth realm because Yang Yi had given her a rebirth fruit. Xiao Yushi's natural talent was extremely good, so the rebirth realm wasn't difficult for her at all. As for Nanjing, who was seated cross-legged on the other side, she had an old book in her hand, and it was the compilation of the experiences of Wu Mu, the Wu clan's ancestor. Nanjing closed the book when she saw Yang Yi walk in, and then she gazed at him. Yang Yi walked over to her, and then gazed at the book. "Can I take a look?" She nodded slightly and passed it to him. Yang Yi took it, glanced at it, and then a solemn expression appeared on his face. The book didn't just record numerous methods of cultivation, there were comprehensions from cultivating. Besides that, every single comprehension had numerous annotations. The comprehensions weren't the only ones that had annotations, even every single realm of cultivation was explained in detail, and had a detailed list of points to pay attention to. It was like a textbook for cultivation. Yang Yi looked through it for a long time before he said, "It's very useful." And Nanjing nodded slightly. "I learn new things from it every day." Yang Yi smiled, and then he passed the book back to her. "Let's train once I've improved my Boda's cultivation." She nodded slightly. "All right." She gained a lot from sparring with Yang Yi. Because up until now, Yang Yi was the only one in the younger generation who could fight her in close quarters. Yang Yi smiled. "Then it's decided." As he spoke, he sat down cross-legged on the ground and withdrew the hell fruit. Yang Yi's face gradually became solemn as he gazed at the hell fruit in front of him. Because he sensed a slightly horrifying strand of energy within it. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before swallowing it. As soon as it entered his body, it transformed into a wave of dark red energy that started spreading throughout him. In next to no time, the dark red energy had arrived at every corner of his body. At this moment, his internal organs, meridians, bones, and blood were completely enveloped within the dark red energy. It hurt. The pain was overwhelming. When the dark red energy started spreading throughout his body, he felt like flames were blazing through his body. No, it was even more terrifying than just flames. At that moment, even he had almost let out a shrill cry. Fortunately, Head endured it. Nanjing was right beside him, so he had to act like a man. Yang Yi's face gradually started to warp. In the end, his entire face was completely warped. At the same time, his clothes suddenly transformed into ashes. After that, slight flames appeared from all over his skin. Crackle! Crackle! Once the flames appeared on his skin, crackling like fireworks resounded throughout him. Nanjing walked over to Yang Yi, and there was a wisp of worry in her eyes as she gazed at him. Because Yang Yi seemed to be on the verge of exploding apart. At this moment, Yang Yi was clearly suffering. This suffering wasn't just from his body, it came from his mind and soul too. The hell fruit didn't just work on the body, it worked on his soul and mind. The difference between the physical pain he suffered and the pain that he suffered from his mind and soul was like the gap between the heavens and the earth. Especially the pain coming from his soul, it was absolutely overwhelming. Fortunately, he was able to endure it. Just like that, time trickled by, and Yan Yu was gradually able to get used to the pain. His face slowly returned to calm, but the flames on his body hadn't vanished. His body was slowly undergoing a transformation as the flames burned him. 2 days passed like this before the flames on Yan Ye's body gradually vanished, and his face was completely calm. 1 more day later, the flames on him had vanished completely, and then he slowly opened his eyes. After that, he stood up slowly and looked down at his body. At this moment, his body had turned slightly copper. He clenched his right fist slowly. At the moment it was fully clenched, the veins throughout his arm bulged up, and they were like numerous tiny and ferocious serpents. The Zenith Realm. After absorbing the energy within the Hell Fruit, Yan Ye's body had finally attained the Zenith Realm. Even though his body was still unable to resist the attacks of True Realm experts couldn't annihilate him in an instant. In the past, his body had been utterly unable to go head-on against the attacks of True Realm experts. While he still couldn't accomplish that, half-step True Realm and Zenith Realm experts would find it difficult to harm him. After all, besides a body at the Zenith Realm, he had the Demon God's energy. Even though the Demon God's energy was just like the Sword God's seal, and it wasn't very helpful to him anymore, it could still help. The Demon God's energy was still helpful, but the Sword God's seal wasn't very useful. Because it wasn't able to forcefully bring his sword intent to a higher level. At the very most, it could strengthen his sword intent slightly, and such an increase in strength was insignificant to him. Besides the Demon God's energy, the most important reason was the primordial violet energy he possessed. Unless his opponent could kill him with a single attack or heavily injure him with one attack, he could recover in a very short amount of time. The Zenith Realm and Body Cultivation. Yan Yi took a deep breath and gazed at Nanjing. Meanwhile, Nanjing turned slightly to the side and said, "Get dressed!" Yan Yi was slightly stunned, and then slight embarrassment covered his face. Because of the tiny flames throughout his skin, his clothes had been burnt to ashes. In other words, he was completely nude. Yan Yi smiled with embarrassment, and then he quickly withdrew a green robe and wore it. Meanwhile, Nanjing gazed at him. "Your body is at the Zenith Realm?" Yan Yi nodded. "It's at my current limit. In other words, besides True Realm experts, it's difficult for ordinary cultivators to harm me. Of course, monstrous geniuses like you are excluded. Some geniuses couldn't be judged by convention. For example, even though Nanjing was merely at the Rebirth Realm, he had no doubt that she could break through his physical defenses. Not to mention her, even Ku Zi's Sword Soul technique could accomplish that. In short, even if his strength had improved, he couldn't underestimate others. And Nanjing nodded slightly. "There are many experts here. Regardless of whether it's you or me, we're still too weak when compared to the top experts of this place. We must strengthen ourselves incessantly. That's the only way for us to have a greater chance at survival." Yan Yi smiled and spoke seriously. "It must have been hard on you to stay by my side throughout these years." She glanced at him and said, "There's no need to say that between us." Yan Yi was about to speak when he suddenly frowned. "Someone's here." He immediately vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. In the outside world, Yan Yi walked out of his cultivation room, and Yan Xian was there. She glanced at him and said, "You've grown stronger?" Yan Yi replied indifferently, "Do you need something?" Yan Xian pondered deeply for a moment and replied, "There's a piece of information that you might be interested in." Yan Yi asked, "What?" Yan Xian replied, "It's about Lu Ligay. I received news that the Lu clan's successor, Lu Yuanzhan, crippled his Dantian and hung him outside the Lu clan's main city. His life may be in danger." Yan Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Why did the Lu clan's successor do that to him? Yan Xian glanced at him and answered, He has a good relationship with Yang Xing, and you took Yang Xing's puppets. Since Lu Ligay came to the Yang clan to help you that day, he... Suddenly Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Yang Xian felt speechless. A breath of time later, Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of Yang Xian again, and he asked, "Where's the Lu clan?" Yang Xian spoke in a low voice. "What are you planning to do?" Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. "I asked you where the Lu clan is." Chapter 1667. Have you prepared coffins for your whole family? Yang Xian stared at Yang Yi. "It's a trap for you. Yang Xing is extremely vengeful. You took his blood puppets and killed his subordinates, so he'll never let the matter rest. You're the real reason they acted against Lu Ligay. So if you go to the Lu clan, you'll be jumping into a trap. Understand?" Yang Yi walked over to her and looked her in the eye. "Then what do you think I should do?" Yang Xian spoke in a low voice. "Ignore it. So long as you don't leave Fekta City, all schemes will be powerless against you. Ignore it?" Yang Yi suddenly chuckled. "Even though he was merely at the rebirth realm, he still rushed over when I was in trouble. Yet now, he's suffering because of me, and you're asking me to ignore it?" Yang Xian remained silent for a few moments and said, "Prioritize your main goals. Understand?" "No." Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. "You said there's no familial love in the Yang clan, and I can understand that. However, don't use that on me. If someone doesn't betray me, then I will never betray them. Lu Ligay never betrayed me, so how can I betray him? Moreover, he's in this situation because of me. If I ignore him for the sake of the Yang clan's succession battle, then I would really be worse than a dog." Yang Xian was about to say something, but Yang Yi suddenly said, "I'll ask you one last time. Tell me where the Lu clan is. I'm serious. Don't spout another word of nonsense. All right?" Yang Xian gazed at him for a long time, and then she flicked a white ray of light into the center of his forehead. "That's a map of the medium universe and Milky Way system, and the locations of the 8 clans are marked on it. Besides the 8 clans, many dangerous places are marked too." She suddenly stopped when she spoke up to this point because Yang Yi had vanished on the spot. After he left, Gu Xiu and Qian Hu immediately appeared by Yang Xian's side. Gu Xiu spoke in a low voice. "That fellow isn't very easy to control," Qian Hu said. "Why control him? Isn't he doing exactly what our master wants? The more chaos he causes, and the more ruthless he is, the better it is for our master, isn't it?" Gu Xiu shook his head slightly while a wisp of worry flashed through his eyes. "I'm afraid he'll grow beyond our control." A cold smile curled up on the corners of Qian Hu's mouth. "So what if he does? Can he compete with our master?" Gu Xiu seemed to relax slightly when he heard this. "True." Meanwhile, Yang Xian remained silent as if she hadn't heard them. After he got the map from Yang Xian, Yang Yi didn't stay a moment longer and left Heaven Void Continent as quickly as he could. Once Yang Yi left the city, a man smiled from within the city. He was the Yang clan's 4th young master, Yang. As he gazed at the sky, Yang Ru waved his folding fan lightly and said, "7th brother, this is all I can do for you. Whether you can kill him or not will be up to you and the Lu clan's successor." Yang Ru turned around and vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. After he entered outer space, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he tapped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that vanished towards the left. The Lu clan. The Lu clan was situated in Skyfire system. It was quite far from the Yang clan, and even a Zenith realm expert would take 2 days and 2 nights to fly there from the Yang clan. Yang Yi didn't conserve his profound energy as he traveled, and he pushed his speed to its limits. A ray of light seemed like a shooting star as it shot through the boundless starry sky, and an extremely long spatial rift was left behind in its wake. Skyfire system. Skyfire continent. Skyfire continent was the main world of the Lu clan, and it was the Lu clan's headquarters. Skyfire city. Skyfire city was the busiest city under the Lu clan, and it was the largest city on Skyfire continent. At this moment, its entrance was much busier than normal because a young man was hanging from its entrance. It was Lu Ligay. The members of the Lu clan naturally knew who Lu Ligay was. Or it should be said that Lu Ligay was slightly famous in the Lu clan. After all, he had cultivated to the rebirth realm without relying on the Lu clan, and his saber intent was at the returnal rank. Actually, many people from the Lu clan felt slight admiration towards him, and it was even to the extent that the higher-ups of the Lu clan had the intent to accept him back into the clan. However, no one had expected that Lu Ligay had offended the successor of the Lu clan, Lu Yuanzhan. Even though Lu Ligay was a genius, he was much more inferior to Lu Yuanzhan. Because Lu Yuanzhan was at the Zenith realm, and he was even ranked at the 17th position on the Milky Way rankings. The 17th! It was an extremely terrifying number. There were millions and billions of geniuses throughout the medium universe of Milky Way system, so being able to be ranked at the 17th position amongst them was sufficient to display how terrifying his potential and strength were. The successor of the Lu clan was the next patriarch of the Lu clan, so the Lu clan would definitely do all it could to foster its future patriarch. A man appeared at the entrance to the city. It was Yang Xing. Yang Xing looked up at Lu Ligay. "Do you think Yang Yi will come to save you?" Lu Ligay slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at Yang Xing. "Bastard. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Why talk nonsense?" A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Xing's mouth. "You have quite the temper. However, it's useless. As for your desire to die, don't worry, you will definitely die. However, you have to watch Yang Yi die first. You can only die once he's dead. Of course, if he doesn't come, then he'll send you to hell first. Brother Xing, will Yang Yi really come?" Suddenly, a voice came from afar, and it didn't take long for a man in an embroidered robe to appear at the entrance to the city. It was the successor of the Lu clan, Lu Yuanzhan. Yang Xing gazed at him. "Brother Yuanzhan, just ignore what's happening today. I can deal with it on my own." Lu Yuanzhan was visibly displeased. "Brother Xing, hearing that makes me unhappy. Even though we're not linked by blood, we're close like brothers. Your business is my business." Yang Xing hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm very moved by the fact you were willing to give me Lu Ligay. I'm serious. Brother Yuanzhan, don't interfere in this matter so as to avoid causing trouble for the old geezers of your clan." Lu Yuanzhan grunted coldly. "Just ignore those old fellows. Brother Xing, there's no need to say anything. If you hadn't lent me a hand that day, I would have died at the hands of that demon beast. So don't worry. I'll definitely use all my strength to help you seize the position of successor in the Yang clan." Yang Xing hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Thank you?" Even though he said that, he was laughing coldly in his heart. How could he not be aware that Lu Yuanzhan had other reasons to help him like that? He needed Lu Yuanzhan's assistance, and Lu Yuanzhan similarly needed his assistance. Because the position of successor in the Lu clan wasn't a permanent position. So long as the other young masters of the Lu clan rose to prominence, then it was very likely that they would beat him down. So, Lu Yuanzhan was seated at the top of the ladder in the Lu clan, and he needed powerful assistance from outside the Lu clan. They were using each other. Not to mention these young masters, even the 8 clans did the same between each other. Lu Yuanzhan nodded slightly when he heard Yang Xing, and then he gazed at Lu Ligay. "Lu Ligay, needless to say, you're really extraordinary. However, you're stupid as well. You actually dared to return to the Lu clan. Do you really think the clan wants you back?" He laughed coldly and continued, "You're dreaming. Did you know that the clan wanted to kill you from a very long time ago? Do you know why? Because every step forward you take is a slap on the clan's face. So, do you understand now?" A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of Lu Ligay's mouth. "Indeed. My growth is an embarrassment for the clan. Haha." Lu Yuanzhan smiled coldly, and then he turned to look at Yang Xing. "Brother Xing, do you think Yang Yi will come?" Yang Xing spoke indifferently. "Based on my investigations of him, he should come." Lu Yuanzhan nodded slightly. "I heard he has a woman by his side, and she's extremely strong. Yang Xing smiled. Don't worry. There'll be someone to deal with her. Lu Yuanzhan glanced at Yang Xing and smiled. Looks like you've made sufficient preparations. Of course. Yang Xing smiled. I refuse to repeat Yang Yan's mistakes. Lu Yuanzhan smiled. Good. Don't worry, it'll help you. Yang Xing nodded slightly. Thank you? Lu Yuanzhan smiled, and then he turned to look at Lu Ligay. Then let's wait. Time trickled by. In the blind of an eye, a day had passed, but Yang Yi still hadn't arrived. Noon. Lu Yuanzhan gazed at Yang Xing and smiled. Brother Xing, looks like your cousin brother isn't coming. Yang Xing spoke indifferently. Looks like while he seems to be rash, he thinks things through. As he spoke, he looked up at Lu Ligay. Lu Ligay, you're a cripple now. Living is suffering for you. Since it's like that, it'll do a good deed and send you off. Wait. Suddenly, Lu Yuanzhan gazed at Lu Ligay and smiled. Lu Ligay, do you regret helping Yang Yi? Lu Ligay gazed at Lu Yuanzhan. I make friends with my heart, so it has nothing to do with regret. If he comes, he'll be happy. If he doesn't, he'll be happy as well. Because I know that he'll definitely avenge me one day. Besides that, if I fucking survive, I'm going to twist of your head and make it my chamber pot. Lu Yuanzhan's eyes narrowed slightly. You may not have a chance to do that. As he spoke, he was about to attack. However, a ray of light suddenly flashed through the air. It didn't take long for it to descend to the ground, and the light dispersed to reveal the figure of a man. It was Yang Yi, of course. Yang Yi walked slowly in Yang Xing's direction as he said, Yang Xing, have you prepared coffins for your whole family? Chapter 1668 10th on the Milky Way Rankings. A ferocious expression instantly covered Yang Xing's face when he heard Yang Yi. Yang Yi, you should ask yourself if you prepared a coffin for yourself before coming here. Yang Yi. Countless people gazed at Yang Yi. They didn't know much about Yang Yi. After all, he hadn't been in Milky Way system in the past. However, they knew that he was one of the Yang clan's young masters. It was a battle between young masters of the Yang clan. Yang Yi stopped and looked up at Lu Ligay's figure on the city wall, and his face instantly fell when he saw Lu Ligay. It's all my fault. Lu Ligay looked at Yang Yi and shook his head slightly. What are friends for? They are there to be dragged down by each other. Would we still be friends if we didn't drag each other down like this? Just look at the current situation. Haven't I dragged you down with me too? So, don't spout such nonsense. Just hurry up and deal with them, and then get me down from here. It feels fucking horrible to be hung up here. Yang Yi grinned. I'll do my best. As he spoke, he turned to gaze at Yang Xing. Didn't you want me here? Come here now. Do you want to fight me one-on-one? Or do you plan to summon the people who back you and gang up on me? Yang Xing was about to speak when Yang Yi waved his hand and said, You look like a coward who wouldn't dare to fight me one-on-one. Come! Summon everyone you have. Let's not waste time. I dare not fight you one-on-one? A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Xing's eyes. Yang Yi, you think you're matchless? If it wasn't for that woman, you would have died at the hands of Yang Su and Yang Yen. The laughable thing is that you think you're very formidable. As far as I'm concerned, you're just a piece of trash who relies on a woman. Yang Yi shrugged. Being able to rely on a woman is a form of ability. Why don't you do it too if you can? Ridicule curled up on the corners of Yang Xing's mouth. Trash! Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and gazed at Yang Xing. Can you not be so noisy like a woman? Do you want to fight one-to-one or gang up on me? If it's a one-on-one battle, then come. Let's begin right now and fight to the death. If you dare not, then summon everyone you have, and I'll fight all of you on my own. All right? All on his own. It was absolutely overbearing. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi. No matter how strong he was, Yang Xing had completely lost when it came to being imposing. One-on-one? Yang Xing laughed fiercely. All right. Since you want that, they'll fight you one-on-one. As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped his palm, and a violet wheel appeared in his grasp. Right when he was about to attack, an old man appeared here. There was a small embroidered on the old man's left chest. An elder from the discipline hall. The old man glanced at Yang Yi and Yang Xing. The fight for succession hasn't begun. Both of you. Meanwhile, Yang Xing suddenly said, "It's a private matter between us. We'll deal with it ourselves, and the heavens will decide who survives." Yang Yi nodded. He's absolutely right. It's our own private business, so the discipline hall doesn't have to interfere. No matter who dies, your discipline hall won't be blamed for it. The old man glanced at Yang Yi, fell silent for quite some time, and then nodded. Do as you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished on the spot. Once the old man vanished, Yang Xing gazed at Yang Yi. Today, it'll allow you to realize that you're nothing without that woman. As soon as he finished speaking, the wheel in his grasp shot forward like a bolt of lightning, and space trembled in its wake. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he drew his sword and swung it. 15 overlapped heavenrends. After his cultivation of the body was improved to the zenith realm, he was able to overlap 15 heavenrends. The space around him instantly shook as his sword energy shot forward, and then Yang Xing's wheel was blasted away. However, 3 smaller fist-sized wheels suddenly flashed out from it, and they instantly swept towards Yang Yi. They were fast. Extremely fast. Yang Yi's expression remained the same. He moved his wrist slightly and 3 rays of sword energy instantly shot forward. Bang! 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 3 explosions resounded and those smaller wheels were blasted away as well. Suddenly Yang Yi's expression changed, and then he raised his right hand and slashed. Clang! A clear and resounding sound of collision arose, and then Yang Yi was pushed 300 m back. Right when he stopped himself, a ray of cold light flashed. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he raised his sword and swung it once more. Clang! A clear and resounding sound of collision arose once more, and then Yang Yi was pushed another 300 m back. A hidden weapon! Yang Yi was surprised. He hadn't expected that Yang Xing would actually use a hidden weapon, and Yang Xing's skill in utilizing one was actually so outstanding. Suddenly, a few rays of silver light flashed. Every one of them was thin like the hair on an ox, and they were utterly impossible to notice with the naked eye. Sense them. He had no choice but to sense them instead. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then a wave of terrifying intent surged out explosively from within him. Bang! As soon as it swept out, it was blasted apart by 3 rays of silver light, but those rays of silver light were dispersed as well. After that, 3 fine silver needles fell from midair. Suddenly Yang Xing vanished on the spot, and then a ray of cold light appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to draw his sword and slash. Bang! A black shadow was instantly blasted 300 m away. It was Yang Xing's figure. However, right when Yang Xing's figure was moving backwards, a few more rays of silver light flashed like fine bolts of lightning. This time, Yang Yi didn't swing his sword. He stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. Bang! Bang! The rays of silver light were blasted apart, and it only took a moment for Yang Yi to arrive before Yang Xing. A ruthless glow flashed through Yang Xing's eyes as he waved both his hands. In an instant, countless rays of silver light surged out from his palm and instantly enveloped Yang Yi. At the same time that those rays of silver light appeared, a sword howl had resounded, and then countless rays of sword energy pierced through the silver light. Rumble! Numerous explosions resounded incessantly. Suddenly, a beam of light tore its way out and arrived before Yang Xing. Yang Xing's eyes narrowed slightly. Obviously, had underestimated Yang Yi's strength. He didn't dare act carelessly, and he immediately waved his right hand, causing a wheel to flash out from his palm. Bang! The sword energy and wheel collided. The space there shook violently while Yang Xing's figure was blasted over a kilometer away. As soon as Yang Xing's figure stopped moving, another ray of light instantly arrived before him. Bang! Yang Xing was blasted over 1 kilometer away again. But this time, Yang Yi didn't continue his assault, and he turned around and shot off in Lu Ligai's direction instead. He wasn't here to kill, and his main objective was to save Lu Ligai. Killing was just something he intended to do at the same time. However, he hadn't even arrived in front of Lu Ligai when a beam of blue light shot towards him from the left. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's eyes when he noticed this, and then he turned around and swung his sword. Bang! The blue beam of light shattered into bits, and Yang Yi was pushed over 30 m away by the force from the collision. Yang Yi turned to look, and he saw a man had appeared not too far away from him. It was Lu Yuanzhan. Lu Yuanzhan chuckled. "Young Master Yi, your battle with Brother Xing isn't over yet." Yang Yi glanced at Lu Yuanzhan. "And you are?" Lu Yuanzhan smiled. "The successor of the Lu clan, Lu Yuanzhan." Yang Yi nodded slightly. "You're the one who crippled his dantian, right?" Lu Yuanzhan nodded. "Indeed." "What? You want to avenge him?" Yang Yi started walking slowly in Lu Yuanzhan's direction. "That's what I want to do, and it's what I'm thinking of doing." "No, I'm not thinking of doing it, I'm going to do it right now." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished on the spot. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Lu Yuanzhan's mouth, and then he clenched his fist. Blue light flickered on his fist as he slammed it forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was pushed 300 m back. As for Lu Yuanzhan, he only pushed less than 30 m away. Meanwhile, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. A cold glow flashed through Lu Yuanzhan's eyes, and he was about to attack. However, Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and then Yang Xing's expression changed drastically. Because the shadow behind him had suddenly wriggled, and then a ray of light appeared behind him. At this moment, everyone came to an understanding. Yang Yi had merely used Lu Yuanzhan as a diversion, and his target was Yang Xing. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion resounded, and then the ray of light behind Yang Xing was dispersed. At the same time, a figure was pushed backwards from behind Yang Xing, and the figure was pushed over 300 m before it stopped. It was Yang Yi. Yang Yi looked up at Yang Xing, and there was a black shadow by Yang Xing's side. Yang Xing suddenly started laughing. "Yang Yi, your laws of darkness was absolutely shocking that day. So, how could I not take precautions against it? Now, do you have any other moves? Bro!" Meanwhile, Lu Ligai suddenly said, "Can you do it or not? If you can't, just flee. Just avenge me in the future? Flee?" A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of Yang Xing's mouth. "He won't be able to leave today." As he spoke, Yang Xing waved his right hand, and then 3 blood puppets appeared around him. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed when he saw the blood puppets. They were unlike the blood puppets that Yang Yi possessed. They were much stronger, and they were comparable to half-step true realm experts, at least. Moreover, they were superior to ordinary half-step true realm experts. Suddenly, a Nanjing appeared by Yang Yi's side. As soon as she appeared, a ray of silver light shot out like a bolt of lightning from within the city, and it instantly arrived before her. A Nanjing flipped her palm, withdrew Sky Split, and then swiftly stabbed it forward. Clang! An ear-piercing explosion resounded, and then a Nanjing was pushed 300 m back. Meanwhile, someone exclaimed, He's the 10th on the Milky Way rankings! Ming Mo, the young spear god!" Chapter 1669. But that's not my problem. Yang Yi looked over and saw a man in a white robe. The man seemed to be just around the age of 25, and his hair was tied behind his head with a white scarf. Besides that, he was holding a silver spear. Ming Mo, the 10th on the Milky Way rankings. Ming Mo walked forward in Yang Yi's direction and stopped not too far away from him. He looked at Yang Xing and asked, "Which one do you want dead?" Yang Xing chuckled. "Cousin brother, you really came." Ming Mo glanced indifferently at him and replied, "It'll help you once for your mother's sake." Yang Xing nodded slightly and gazed at a Nanjing. Cousin brother, just keep her busy for me. Of course, it'll be even better if you can kill her. However, don't underestimate her, she possesses 6 types of intents. Ming Mo turned to look at An Nanjing. She's the An Nanjing who suppressed the half-step true realm expert from your Yang clan while at the rebirth realm? Yang Xing nodded. Yes. Ming Mo nodded slightly. I just happened to want to see her strength. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. An array of light simultaneously flashed through the air. And Nanjing frowned slightly, and then Sky Split shot forward like thunder. Clang! An ear-piercing clang resounded, and then both An Nanjing and Ming Mo moved backwards repeatedly. Ming Mo stopped himself after moving 300 m back, and An Nanjing had moved 600 m back instead. However, Yan Xing and the others revealed solemn expressions because Ming Mo was a Zenith realm expert. And Nanjing was just at the rebirth realm. A trace of seriousness appeared in Ming Mo's eyes. Not bad. I didn't expect another extraordinarily monstrous genius to appear in our medium universe. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too low, or I would be helpless against you. As he spoke, he tapped his right foot down, and he transformed into a bolt of silver lightning. He swiftly stabbed his spear forward when he arrived less than 3 m away from a Nanjing, and an ethereal silver dragon surged out from the tip of his spear. A Nanjing's eyes narrowed slightly. She moved her body slightly sideways, pressed her right foot lightly against the ground, and then pushed off from the ground. Her figure instantly shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Sky Split slammed against the head of the ethereal dragon which had appeared before Ming Mo's silver spear. Bang! Crack! As soon as they collided, a loud explosion resounded, and then space cracked open. As for Nanjing and Ming Mo, they were blasted backwards. They were pushed over 3 kilometers before they could finally stop themselves. Yang Yi glanced at Ming Mo, and then he gazed at Nanjing who was about to attack. Can you handle it? She nodded slightly. I can. Yang Yi nodded. Keep him busy. It'll be done in a moment. All right. As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a ray of golden light that shot forward like a bolt of lightning, and Ming Mo's figure vanished on the spot as well. It only took a moment for them to be locked in battle. When he saw that Nanjing and Ming Mo were equally matched, Yang Yi turned around and gazed at Yang Xing and Lu Yuanzhan. He didn't waste his breath, and he just vanished on the spot. He was in front of Yang Xing when his figure appeared again, and then he drew his sword and swung it. 16 overlapped heaven rends. He stopped holding back this time, and had activated the demon god's energy within him and released both his sword intent and slaughter intent. Bang! The space around Yang Xing and Lu Yuanzhan instantly cracked open, and the powerful force from his attack pushed back all the spectators in the surroundings. The spectators were shocked by this and hurriedly fled the battlefield. Yang Xing's expression changed at the sight of this. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to be so strong. He didn't dare act carelessly, and he quickly withdrew the wheel and raised it before himself. Bang! An explosion resounded, and Yang Xing's will exploded apart. As for Yang Xing's figure, it was pushed over 3 kilometers away by the powerful force that Yang Yi's attack carried. Right when Yang Yi intended to follow up with another attack, the 3 blood puppets appeared in front of Yang Yi, and then 3 powerful auras slammed down at him. Yang Yi suddenly stomped his right foot down, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot and appeared behind Yang Xing. However, right when he appeared behind Yang Xing, a black shadow appeared by Yang Xing's side, and then a dagger swept towards Yang Yi's throat. This time, Yang Yi expected this, so he suddenly changed the direction of his sword as soon as the black shadow appeared, and his sword which was stabbing towards Yang Xing was not stabbing towards the black shadow. The figure before Yang Yi had clearly not expected Yang Yi to change his target like that and was caught off guard. He had no choice but to hastily swing his dagger at Yang Yi's sword instead. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of metal colliding resounded, and then the black shadow was pushed over 1 kilometer away. Once he blasted the black shadow away, Yang Yi immediately sheathed his sword, turned around, and swung it at Yang Xing. 16 overlapped heavenlands. 16 overlapped heavenlands that were enhanced by slaughter intent and sword intent. Yan Xing's expression changed drastically when he sensed how terrifying Yang Yi's attack was. He swiftly flipped his palms and countless rays of silver light surged out from his body like an impenetrable net. They instantly enveloped both him and Yang Yi. However, as soon as they collided with Yang Yi's sword energy, they seemed like snow falling into hot oil, and they were instantly obliterated. Bang! An explosion rumbled as Yang Xing's figure was blasted over a kilometer away. At the same time that his figure was blasted away, an arm flew up into the air, and he spat out numerous mouthfuls of blood once he stopped himself. However, Yang Yi had suddenly appeared behind him, and noticing this made Yang Xing's expression change drastically once more. He was about to counterattack, but it was too late. A sword had stabbed into his back, but it had stopped after stabbing just a few centimeters in. At this moment, Yang Xing's body stiffened, and he didn't dare move another inch. Meanwhile, the three blood puppets, which were charging at Yang Yi, had stopped, and the area instantly fell silent. No one had expected Yang Yi's strength to be that terrifying to the point of capturing Yang Xing in such a short while. Lu Yuanzhan hadn't expected it as well. As far as he was concerned, even if Yang Xing was no match for Yang Yi, the gap between them was definitely not huge. However, the facts of the situation told him that the gap between Yang Yi and Yang Xing wasn't small, it was huge. Especially Yang Yi's laws of darkness. Even he was extremely afraid of it. Because even a Zenith Realm expert couldn't take precautions against Yang Yi's speed when he used the laws of darkness. Besides the laws of darkness which was at the Zenith rank, Yang Yi's slaughter intent and sword intent were extremely terrifying too. In short, Yang Yi's strength had far surpassed his expectations. Yang Yi exerted a little strength, and his sword instantly stabbed a few centimeters deeper into Yang Xing. Tell him to release Lu Ligay. I don't want to repeat myself. Understand? Yang Xing's expression changed repeatedly. In the end, he spoke in a low voice. Release me first. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed. Hiss! Yang Xing's other arm flew up into the air. Even though he didn't let out a shrill cry, his expression was absolutely unsightly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi spoke once more. Didn't you hear me? I told you to tell him to release Lu Ligay. Yang Xing fell silent for a short while, and then he gazed at Lu Yuanzhan. Lu Yuanzhan's expression changed for a moment, and then he suddenly went over to Lu Ligay. He placed his right hand on Lu Ligay's head and said, Release Brother Xing or I'll take his head right now. Yang Xing frowned slightly while a trace of bewilderment appeared in his eyes. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He was about to speak when a voice suddenly resounded in his head. Kill Yang Xing or I'll break open Lu Ligay's head right now. Understand? Yang Yi frowned when he heard Lu Yuanzhan. What's he trying to do? It didn't take long for him to come to an understanding. Lu Yuanzhan wanted Yang Xing and him to fight to the death. If he killed Yang Xing, the others on Yang Xing's side would definitely not let the matter rest. Because the fight for succession hadn't started yet. So, if he killed Yang Xing at a time like this, then they would definitely not stop until he was dead. Suddenly, Lu Yuanzhan's voice resounded in Yang Yi's head again. I'll count to 3. If you don't kill Yang Xing, I'll kill Lu Ligay right now. 3. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then his sword suddenly pierced through Yang Xing's stomach. In an instant Yang Xing's eyes opened wide, and then the color in them faded slowly. Yang Yi withdrew his sword, waved his right hand, and placed Yang Xing's blood puppets within the primordial pagoda before he gazed at Lu Yuanzhan. Lu Yuanzhan suddenly started laughing when he saw this. Ha ha! Brothers killing each other. Ha! Suddenly a voice resounded from within the city. 7th brother. As soon as the voice finished resounding, a man leaped out from the village and arrived not too far away from Yang Yi. It was the Yang clan's 4th young master, Yang Ru. At this moment, sorrow and anger filled Yang Ru's eyes. 7th brother, I was too late. I was too late. As he spoke, he gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi! How ruthless of you! You actually disregarded the fact that we're brothers. You. Suddenly Yan Yi interrupted Yang Ru and said, I thought I was shameless, but after I met you, I think I still have much to learn. Yang Ru's expression returned to normal when he heard Yang Yi. A few breaths of time passed before he shook his head and smiled. Young Master Yi, just wait for Yang Xing's father and grandfather to come for you. You'll be leaving first. Fourth brother, you're leaving just like that? Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then Yang Xing appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. Of course, it was only his soul. Yang Ru's expression instantly became extremely unsightly when he saw Yang Xing. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly spoke. I didn't strike hard enough, so it didn't destroy his soul. Oh my! Why is your face so unsightly? Did I spoil your plans? Alas, I've definitely spoiled your plans, or your expression wouldn't be that unsightly, right? Yang Yi suddenly shrugged and continued. But that's not my problem. Chapter 1670 If lightning doesn't strike you, I will. Yang Ru's face was utterly gloomy. Had only shown himself after he saw Yang Yi kill Yang Xing, but he hadn't expected that Yang Yi had merely destroyed Yang Xing's body and had preserved Yang Xing's soul. So long as Yang Xing's soul was still alive, he wasn't dead. Because it was absolutely easy for the Yang clan to help Yang Xing rebuild his body. Since Yang Xing wasn't dead, his plans to make Yang Xing's side fight Yang Yi's side was completely crushed. Moreover, his past ally Yang Xing would definitely hate him to the bone now. Had absolutely suffered a double loss. Yang Ru stared at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he nodded slightly and smiled. They say you're all brawn and no brains, and you act based on your character. Looks like we're all mistaken. 10th Brother Yi, you seem rash on the outside, but you're sharp on the inside. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. I just don't want to be used. He did want to kill Yang Xing, but he was no fool. If he killed Yang Xing, he was certain that Yang Xing's family and supporters would definitely become determined to kill him. While he wasn't afraid of that, it wasn't necessary to do something that stupid. So long as he didn't kill Yang Xing, he had no doubt that Yang Xing would take revenge on Yang Ru. He was naturally willing to watch them fight each other. However, he didn't want Yang Xing to get off that easily, so had destroyed Yang Xing's body. Yang Xing gazed coldly at Yang Ru. Fourth brother, how scheming of you! Your chain of traps was amazing. Yang Ru grinned. Now that it has come to this, there's no point in saying anything. Seventh brother, feel free to throw anything you have at me. I'll just deal with it. As he spoke, he gazed at Lu Ligay. Kill him! As soon as he heard Yang Ru, Lu Yuanzhan clenched his right fist and slammed it at Lu Ligay. Suddenly, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that shot towards Lu Yuanzhan. However, a folding fan that was covered in white light suddenly appeared behind Yang Yi. Everywhere it passed, space was instantly torn apart and sliced into bits. Yang Yi's face fell when he sensed the folding fan that was approaching him from behind. He paid no attention to it because if he tried to stop it, then Lu Ligay would definitely die. Lu Yuanzhan was instantly blasted backwards from the collision, but Yang Ru's folding fan slammed against Yang Yi's back. Boom! An explosion resounded, and Yang Yi was blasted away. But it only took an instant for Yang Yi to arrive before Lu Ligay, and then he stretched out a finger, and a ray of sword energy severed the ropes that bound Lu Ligay. After that, two blood puppets grabbed Lu Ligay. As soon as Yang Yi finished doing that, a ray of white light instantly arrived before him. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He turned around and swung his sword. Bang! A loud explosion resounded and Yang Yi was blasted 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, Yang Ru had transformed into a ray of white light that vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Yi when he appeared again. After that, his folding fan was suddenly spread open, and then a terrifying wave of force instantly surged out from it. Bang! Yang Yi hadn't even been able to react before he was blasted another 3 kilometers back. Yang Ru was about to attack again. However, a silver spear suddenly descended from the sky. He immediately stopped and looked up at it, and then he pressed together the index and middle fingers on his left hand before tapping the tip of the silver spear. Wham! The silver spear shook violently before being instantly blasted away. But it didn't take long for a hand to catch the silver spear. It was Ming-Mo. As soon as he caught the silver spear, his arm started trembling violently, and then his body was pushed almost 30 m back. Once he stopped himself, Ming-Mo looked down at his hand which had cracked open, and then he looked down at Yang Ru. His eyes were filled with a solemn expression. After he pushed Ming-Mo back, Yang Ru turned to look at Yang Yi, and then he said something under his breath. After that, his figure transformed into a ray of white light that appeared before Yang Yi. As soon as he arrived in front of Yang Yi, the space behind him collapsed and formed a large black river. Yang Yi's pupils constricted slightly. He sheathed his sword, and then drew it. 16 overlapped heavenrands. Heavenrands that were enhanced by zenith rank slaughter intent and returnal rank sword intent. The space around Yang Yi instantly collapsed before his attack. Bang! A moment later, an explosion resounded, and Yang Yi's sword energy was dispersed while his figure was pushed 3 kilometers back again. Yang Ru was about to attack again, but a Nanjing appeared before him, and then Sky Split shot towards him. Yang Ru's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he stretched out his left palm. He pressed his left palm directly against the tip of Sky Split. As soon as they collided, Sky Split shook violently, and then it instantly bent into the shape of a bow. And Nanjing's pupils constricted at the sight of this. Meanwhile, Yang Ru suddenly pushed his left hand forward. Bang! And Nanjing was pushed over 1 kilometer away. Everyone here was shocked by this. Even Yang Yi, and Nanjing, and Yang Xing. No one had expected Yang Ru to actually be so strong. No, he wasn't just strong, he was terrifying. Yang Ru glanced at Yang Yi and Nanjing, and then he glanced at Ming-Mo and Yang Xing. All of you are quite weak. Quite weak. And Nanjing's eyes narrowed slightly and was about to attack. However, someone was faster than her. It was Ming-Mo. As soon as Yang Ru had finished speaking, had transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Yang Ru laughed coldly, and then he took a step forward and tapped forward with a single finger. A wisp of faint white light was coiled around his finger. Yang Ru's finger tapped against the tip of Ming-Mo's spear again. Crack! As soon as they came into contact, Ming-Mo's silver spear cracked apart. Bang! A moment of silence ensued, and then the silver spear exploded apart, while Ming-Mo's figure was blasted around 1 kilometer away. His figure had just stopped moving when Yang Ru appeared in front of him, and then Yang Ru's folding fan swept towards Ming-Mo. Even though Ming-Mo was shocked in his heart, his face was extremely calm. A person like him was very well aware about how important one's mental state was in battle. If his mental state was shaky, then it was obvious that had lost half the battle before it even began. So, while he was shocked by Yang Ru's strength, he remained extremely calm. At the moment Yang Ru's folding fan swept towards him, he used his hand like a spear and slammed it towards. Ming-Mo's expression changed drastically when his hand came into contact with Yang Ru's folding fan. Hiss! An instant later, Ming-Mo's right palm flew off into the air. At the same time, Yang Ru suddenly pressed forward and slapped his palm against Ming-Mo's chest. Bang! An explosion resounded, and Ming-Mo was blasted 3 kilometers away, and he spat out numerous mouthfuls of blood once he stopped himself. Suddenly Yang Ru tapped his right foot down and vanished on the spot. At the same time, a wisp of ferocity flashed through Ming-Mo's eyes. He flipped his left palm and a spear appeared in his grasp. Bang! Once the spear appeared in his grasp, a wave of terrifying intent swept out from him. Zenith rank spear intent. Ming-Mo immediately stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of spear energy that vanished on the spot. Spear union! And Nanjing spoke solemnly. The perfect fusion of man and spear! It's very powerful! Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he looked off into the distance. At the exact same moment that Ming-Mo had vanished, Yang Ru had suddenly stopped moving, and then he formed a strange seal before his chest. In an instant, a fist-sized character flashed out from between his palms. It didn't take long for that character to slam against Ming Mo's attack. Boom! As soon as they collided, a rumbling explosion resounded, and then the space in a huge area cracked apart. At the same time, Ming Mo was blasted away, and he flew for almost 10 kilometers before he was finally able to stop himself. Once his figure stopped, Ming Mo had to support himself up with one of his knees while a string of scarlet red seeped out from the corner of his mouth. In a short moment, his entire chest was dyed red. Had lost. The 10th on the Milky Way rankings, Ming Mo had lost. Yang Ru glanced at his palm. The center of it had cracked open. He fell silent for a moment before he looked up at Ming Mo. The 10th on the Milky Way rankings. You almost brought shame to the rankings. Ming Mo wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he gazed at Yang Ru. You're an ancient inheritor. An ancient inheritor. Everyone here was shocked when they heard Ming Mo, and this included Yang Xing. What was an ancient inheritor? An ancient inheritor was someone who'd obtained the inheritance of an ancient cultivator. Such people were called ancient inheritors. Yang Ru chuckled and glanced at both Yang Yi and Yang Xing. Besides that mysterious eldest sister of ours, our eldest brother, and that sickly 9th brother of ours, I really don't take any of the others seriously. He gazed at Yang Yi at this point and added, including you. Suddenly, Yang Yi closed his eyes, and then his soul flashed out from his body. After that, his soul transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. The soul version of the Sword of Rebirth. At the moment Yang Yi's figure vanished, Yang Ru's expression had changed, and he swiftly unfolded the fan in his grasp. Bang! An explosion resounded, and Yang Ru was blasted over 6 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, the folding fan in his grasp cracked apart, and transformed into bits that drifted off with the wind. At the same time, a wisp of scarlet red seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Yang Yi pointed his sword towards the ground at an angle, and then he looked at Yang Ru. Go on! Continue that show of yours! If lightning doesn't strike you, I will! Chapter 1671 What do I have to fear? Yang Ru wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. A sword soul technique. I didn't expect you to have a move like this. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Should we continue our spar? Yang Ru shook his head slightly. Let's not waste time. Well, meet during the competition. He turned around and left once he finished speaking. Lu Yuanzhan glanced at Yang Yi's group. My Lu clan doesn't welcome your presence. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed. Lu Yuanzhan's eyes narrowed slightly as he slapped his right palm forward. Bang! The sword energy was dispersed, but Lu Yuanzhan had been pushed over 30 m away. He looked up at Yang Yi and was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly spoke. What? You don't like it? Bite me! Lu Yuanzhan clenched his right fist. However, Yang Ru's voice suddenly resounded from within the city. Brother Lu, there's no rush. Lu Yuanzhan glanced coldly at Yang Yi. Just you wait. He turned around and left. And Nanjing asked, Why aren't they attacking us? Yang Yi laughed coldly. Of course they aren't. Firstly, they can't kill us unless the true realm experts of the Lu clan attack as well. Secondly, it's pointless for them to fight us to the death. Even if we die, they will suffer. Moreover, Yang Xing and I aren't the only young masters of the Yang clan. There are others, so he had to take precautions against them as well. And Nanjing nodded slightly and didn't speak further. Yang Yi gazed at Lu Ligay. Are you alright? Lu Ligay rolled his eyes. Do I look like I'm alright? Yang Yi glanced at Lu Ligay's abdomen and said, I'll find a way to repair your dantian once we get back. Lu Ligay nodded slightly. A shattered dantian wasn't a big deal in the medium universe of Milky Way system, because there were numerous methods to repair it. Yang Yi! Yang Xing spoke abruptly. Shall we join forces? Yang Yi turned to look at Yang Xing. Join forces? Yang Xing nodded. We can exclude our eldest sister because she can't participate in the fight for succession. However, our eldest brother, Yang Ru, and our ninth brother which Yang Ru mentioned aren't easy to deal with. If we don't join forces, we'll have no chance against them. Yang Yi shook his head. I refuse. Yang Xing spoke in a low voice. Why? Yang Yi glanced at Yang Xing. Because I don't want to be stabbed in the back. Anyway, I don't offend others unless someone offends me. So if you don't look for trouble with me, it's equivalent to joining forces with me. If you come looking for trouble with me or try to play tricks, then I guarantee that you won't have a chance to speak next time. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi and the others vanished on the spot. Yang Xing fell silent for a long time. In the end, he gazed at Ming Mo. Are you all right? Ming Mo shook his head slightly. I'll escort you home. It didn't take long for Ming Mo and Yang Xing to vanish on the spot as well. Once they left, Lu Yuanzhan and Yang Ru appeared at the entrance of the city. Why didn't you choose to kill them? Lu Yuanzhan spoke in a low voice. Your strength is completely sufficient to kill them. Yang Ru shook his head slightly. I can't. Lu Yuanzhan gazed at Yang Ru. You can't? Yang Ru nodded. I thought I could, but I didn't expect Yang Yi to actually possess a sword soul technique. The combination of his slaughter intent, sword intent, and that sword soul technique are something that even I dare not act carelessly against. Lu Yuanzhan replied. There are other reasons, right? Yang Ru nodded slightly. Yang Yi has a wooden sword. He used it to fight a true realm expert that day. If he uses that sword, it would be impossible for us to kill him. Even if we somehow succeed, we'll definitely pay a terrible price. He looked up at the sky and continued. Besides that, while I'm scheming against people, others are similarly scheming against me. The slightest mistake will lead to my destruction. Lu Yuanzhan nodded. I understand. It didn't take long for them to vanish on the spot. Not long after they vanished, a black shadow suddenly appeared where they had been standing. A few moments of silence ensued before the figure shook its head. What a pity! The figure vanished on the spot once it finished speaking. Yang Yi brought Lu Ligay back to Fecta City. Even though Lu Ligay was heavily injured, it wasn't fatal. So, after receiving treatment from Yang Yi's primordial violet energy, Lu Ligay was able to move now. However, had become an ordinary person. After he gave Lu Ligay a place to rest, he went to the Immortal Phoenix Pavilion and met Yang Xian. Yang Xian asked, You're here for Lu Ligay? Yang Yi glanced at her and said, Since you're aware, then I won't say anything about it. Do you know how to repair his dantian? He used to possess treasures that could heal the dantian, and it was the fruit of creation. However, Snowy and Zir had treated it like snacks and eaten all of it. It wasn't just the fruit of creation, all the other treasures he obtained in the past had been eaten up by them. Both Snowy and Zir wouldn't be shy when it came to his possessions. Yang Xian pondered deeply for a moment before flicking a pure white fruit over to Yang Yi. A tea fruit. It can rebuild the dantian. Yang Yi glanced at her. He didn't refuse and took it, and then he intended to leave. However, Yang Xian suddenly said, The competition is in 3 days. Have you made your preparations? Yang Yi shook his head. Prepare what? I haven't. Yang Xian spoke solemnly. Do you realize the situation that you're in right now? Yang Yi gazed at her. Please do tell. She replied. Many people in the Yang clan want to see you dead. Yang Yi nodded. I know. You know? She gazed at him. How do you know? Yang Yi grinned. Don't worry about that. Just continue. Yang Xian pondered deeply for a moment and continued. It's probably one of your father's old subordinates who told you. But that's good. It saves me the time to explain things to you. In the Yang clan, the clan's interests are the most important. If your potential is at a certain level, even the patriarch can dream of killing you. At the very least, it's impossible to do so openly. Because the Council of Elders will definitely not allow it. However, the precondition is that your potential is sufficient. Yang Yi asked, What sort of level is required? Yang Xian spoke in a low voice. The successor. Become the clan's successor. So long as you become the Yang clan's successor, you'll obtain the Council of Elders' protection. Or, it should be said that so long as you become the successor, you'll obtain the protection of most people in the Yang clan. However, many won't let you become the successor. Yang Yi asked. Who? Yang Xian replied. Some of your father's old subordinates. Especially those who betrayed him in the end. They are afraid that you'll take revenge on them. While they aren't afraid of you now, they're afraid that you'll try to get even with them once you take control of the Yang clan. So, they will definitely act from the shadows. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. You'll be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around with the intent to leave. However, Yang Xian said, remember that you and the people you care about will only be able to survive if you become the successor of the Yang clan. Understand? Yang Yi took a deep and long glance at her, and then he left the room and transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Not long after Yang Yi left, Gu Xiu and Qian Hu appeared here. Gu Xiu glanced at Yang Xian. Phoenix Immortal, why did you say all of that? Yang Xian spoke indifferently. So that he'll work hard to become the successor. Otherwise, why else would I say that? Gu Xiu gazed at Yang Xian for a long time before he said, Why do I feel like you're warning him about something? Yang Xian chuckled. Gu Xiu, what do you think I'm warning him about? What does our master want? Our master wants Yang Yi to kill those young masters of the Yang clan. If he doesn't fight to be the successor, how will he kill them? Have you not realized it? He has no intention to be the successor. If he doesn't understand the current situation which he's in, it's very likely that he'll choose to withdraw right at the beginning of the competition. Right. Gu Xiu gazed at her for a long time and smiled. Looks like I was overthinking. He paused for a moment and added, Phoenix Commander, you should be aware of our master's strength and potential. So, you definitely want to do something that's harmful to our master, right? Yang Xian spoke indifferently. What do you think? Gu Xiu was about to speak when Qian Hu suddenly spoke. Let's not waste time. He cares a lot about his loved ones. Our master wants us to capture some of his loved ones in Merak's system. She gazed at Yang Xian and continued. Phoenix Commander, will you go, or should we? Yang Xian was about to speak when Gu Xiu suddenly said, I think we should go ourselves. Qian Hu glanced at Gu Xiu and nodded. All right, well go. Her expression suddenly changed drastically. She was about to act when a man suddenly appeared behind her, and then a sword was pressed against her throat. It was none other than Yang Yi. Gu Xiu and Qian Hu were shocked. They hadn't expected Yang Yi to be hiding in the shadows. Even Yang Xian hadn't expected it. She had thought that Yang Yi had left. Yang Yi gazed at Qian Hu. I heard you're going to Merak's system? Why? To tour the place? Gu Xiu spoke in a low voice. Yang Yi, don't act rashly. She's one of the 7 marshals. If you kill her, you'll definitely what? Yang Yi suddenly interrupted Gu Xiu. You'll definitely be punished? What do I have to fear? As he spoke, he suddenly pressed down. Hiss! Qian Hu's head was instantly sliced off, and then his sword intent surged into her and instantly obliterated her soul. After he killed Qian Hu, Yang Yi gazed at Gu Xiu. The latter's expression changed, and then he vanished into the sky. Fleeing? Yang Yi laughed coldly, and then he stomped his right foot down and transformed into a blood-red ray of light that vanished into the sky. It didn't take long for everyone in Fecta City to be alarmed. Yang Yi was pursuing one of the 7 marshals, Gu Xiu. Once they found out about this, many in the city had strange expressions on their faces. Especially the Discipline Hall's master. The Discipline Hall's master, Yang Lu, fell silent for a long time when he heard about it, and then he said, What is that fellow up to now? Chapter 1672 Take Responsibility? Dragons had a reverse scale, and touching it would incur the wrath of the dragon. What was Yang Yi's reverse scale? His loved ones. Yang Yi had thought that while they held ill intent towards him, he had no need to act against them. After all, while they were using him, he was using them as well. So, had never acted against them. But this time, they actually planned to target Su Qingshi and the others, and that was something he couldn't tolerate. So, had decisively attacked. He didn't care if they were marshals. All he cared about was killing them. Gu Xiu naturally had to flee. While he was one of the 7 marshals, Yang Yi didn't just possess zenith rank slaughter intent. Yang Yi possessed terrifying attainments in the laws of darkness and that mysterious woman, and Nanjing. If he was all alone, it was utterly impossible for him to stop the joint forces of Yang Yi and Nanjing. So, had decisively chosen to flee. It didn't take long for Gu Xiu to stop because Yang Yi had suddenly appeared before him. Gu Xiu stared at Yang Yi. He didn't waste his breath and immediately formed a strange seal, and then started chanting incessantly. In next to no time, the shoes beneath Yang Yi's feet started to tremble. However, Yang Yi suddenly placed them within the primordial pagoda. As soon as that happened, Gu Xiu was stunned. Meanwhile, the shoes appeared on Yang Yi's feet again. Gu Xiu glanced at Yang Yi, and then he continued chanting. However, the shoes didn't react at all. At this moment, Gu Xiu's expression became extremely unsightly. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Yang Yi naturally wouldn't waste his breath because all it would do was waste time. He had to kill Gu Xiu as soon as possible. Because the experts of the Yang clan would definitely interfere, so he had to kill Gu Xiu before that happened. A cold glow flashed through Gu Xiu's eyes when Yang Yi vanished, and then he flicked his palm forward. Bang! A terrifying wave of energy surged out like a torrent, and then the space before him started rippling violently. However, Yang Yi's sword energy took a mere instant to tear the space apart, and then countless rays of powerful sword energy slammed down towards Gu Xiu. Rumble! Numerous explosions resounded. Gu Xiu was pushed backwards repeatedly, and he was pushed over 3 kilometers back before he finally stopped himself. At this moment, his entire body was covered in over a dozen injuries, but none were lethal. As soon as he stopped, Yang Yi appeared in front of him, and then a sword swept down towards his head. 16 overlapped heavenrands. Gu Xiu's expression changed slightly, and then a huge yellow shield appeared above him. Bang! As soon as Yang Yi's attack struck it, the shield cracked apart, and the power force of the collision blasted Gu Xiu away. Yang Yi immediately stomped his right foot down and shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Gu Xiu's expression changed drastically when he saw Yang Yi's figure vanish. His profound energy surged madly into the huge shield, and then he tossed the shield at Yang Yi. When it arrived a little over a meter away from Yang Yi, it shook violently and exploded apart. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy swept out from the explosion. Yang Yi was the first to bear the brunt of it, and he was pushed backwards repeatedly. But had only been pushed over 30 m back when he suddenly stomped his right foot down, and he transformed into a ray of light that shot towards Gu Xiu. Everywhere it passed, the wave of energy was sliced open, and it only took a moment for him to arrive before Gu Xiu again. At this moment, Gu Xiu had a calm expression on his face, and he didn't seem fearful at all. Because an old man had appeared before Gu Xiu. It was the discipline hall's master, Yang Lu. Yang Lu stretched out his right hand and shook it lightly. Bang! A wave of energy instantly slammed against Yang Yi's sword, causing it to shake violently, and then Yang Yi was blasted over 3 kilometers away. Yang Yi looked down at his numb arm, and then he looked up at Yang Lu. His face fell when he saw Yang Lu. It was because he was too slow. Yang Lu glanced indifferently at Yang Yi. What are you doing now? Yang Yi gazed at Gu Xiu. He wants to kill me! Gu Xiu's eyelids twitched. What nonsense! Yang Yi, you attacked me for no reason, and now you're making false accusations against me? Do you know no shame? Yang Lu glanced at Gu Xiu, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. I didn't see him trying to kill you, and I only saw you trying to kill me. Meanwhile, Gu Xiu added, Hall Master Lu, he isn't just trying to kill me, he has killed Marshal Qianhu. Hall Master Lu, Please punish him according to the rules of the clan. Yang Lu's eyes instantly narrowed slightly when he heard Gu Xiu, and then he looked down at Yang Xian's room. It didn't take long for gloominess to cover his face. He looked up at Yang Yi and said, "You killed her?" Yang Yi nodded. "I have." Yang Lu stared at Yang Yi. "Do you really think you can do as you please in the Yang clan?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I've never thought like that." "After all, you're here?" Yang Lu asked. "Then why?" Yang Yi replied. "Gu Xiu and Qian Hu came to me and said that they want to side with me. Actually, it was to control me. However, when they noticed my strength was growing, they felt that they couldn't control me with ease any longer. So, they wanted to capture my loved ones and use them to threaten me. I was hiding and heard their conversation, so I attacked. That's what happened." Yang Lu frowned slightly when he heard Yang Yi, and then he gazed at Gu Xiu. Gu Xiu was about to speak, but a black shadow suddenly charged up from below. It was extremely swift and instantly arrived in front of Yang Lu, and then a bolt of lightning flashed. Yang Lu's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately raised his fist and punched. Bang! An explosion resounded, and Yang Lu's figure was pushed 300 m back. Suddenly, a shrill cry resounded from the side. Yang Lu looked over, and then his face fell. Because Gu Xiu's head was flying through the air. As for the black shadow, that person had transformed into a ray of black light that had shot off into the distance. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Lu roared with fury and clawed with his right hand. In an instant, an ethereal palm tore through space and claws at the black shadow. Suddenly, the black shadow stopped, and then it turned around and attacked. Hiss! A bolt of lightning flashed. Boom! The ethereal palm Yang Lu created was sliced open by the lightning, and the lightning instantly arrived before Yang Lu. Yang Lu's eyes narrowed slightly. He clenched his right fist and slammed it forward, causing a terrifying wave of energy to surge out from his fist. Bang! The lightning was dispersed, but Yang Lu was pushed over 30 m away. Meanwhile, the black shadow had vanished. Yang Lu's face instantly became extremely unsightly. He hadn't expected that someone would actually dare to kill right in front of him, and that person had even escaped. He remained silent for an instant, and then he suddenly looked up at Yang Yi. At the same time, Yang Yi suddenly said, "Actually, I didn't kill Qian Hu, it was that person. That person is the one pulling the strings. That person killed them, so go look for that fellow." Actually, Yang Yi was extremely shocked as well. He hadn't expected that black shadow to suddenly appear and kill Gu Xiu. But it did make sense. Had exposed Gu Xiu just now. Regardless of whether Yang Lu believed him, Yang Lu might still investigate Gu Xiu. That person from before was clearly aware of that, so for safety's sake, that person had chosen to kill Gu Xiu to keep him quiet. Yang Lu gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he asked, "Why didn't you do anything just now?" Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he quickly shook his head. "Am no match for all of you. What a joke." He wished for nothing more than to see Gu Xiu die. So, how could he possibly help? Yang Lu gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he asked, "Do you know who that was?" Yang Yi shook his head again. "I really don't know. However, that person is the one who was giving Gu Xiu orders from the shadows. So, your discipline hall should investigate. Because I feel like someone in the Yang clan wants to rebel." "Rebel?" Yang Lu laughed coldly. "Do you think it's that easy?" Yang Yi shrugged. "I'm just giving you a kind warning. As for whether you investigate or not, that's your business. I have other matters to attend to. Farewell." As he spoke, Yang Yi turned around and left. Suddenly Yang Lu appeared in front of him. "You're leaving just like that after 2 marshals died without for no reason?" Yang Yi shrugged. "That has nothing to do with me. I didn't kill Gu Xiu. You saw who killed him. You can't blame it on me, right?" Yang Lu shook his head slightly and spoke indifferently. "Someone has to take responsibility for it. It's impossible for me to do that, right?" Yang Yi's face fell. Old man, I'm telling you that if you try to force me, then it'll cause even more trouble for you. Yang Lu suddenly said. There are benefits. Yan Ye's eyes lit up. Benefits? What benefits? Yan Lu replied. Very good benefits. Yan Yi thought for a moment and replied. About that. Taking responsibility isn't entirely out of the question. Chapter 1673 The Wargood's Arm. Yang Lu gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, You'll know when the time comes. As he spoke, he waved his right hand and both of them vanished on the spot. Yang Xian's room. At this moment, Yang Xian had taken a knee, and a black figure wasn't too far ahead of her. Those two idiots! The black shadow spoke abruptly. I told them to be careful of Yang Yi, but they acted so carelessly. They're truly stupid to the extreme. Yang Xian lowered her head slightly and remained silent. A short moment of silence ensued, and then the black shadow gazed at Yang Xian. I know what you're planning. The corners of Yang Xian's eyes twitched slightly, and she lowered her head even lower. The black shadow walked over to her. You're waiting. You're waiting for your older brother to show himself, right? Yang Xian remained silent, but Shed slowly clenched her fists. The black shadow added, You want to attack me? Yang Xian hurriedly said, I dare not. Meanwhile, the black shadow turned around and left his or her back to Yang Xian. Yang Xian, your older brother was an outstanding figure. All those years ago, the Yang clan was practically the weakest amongst the 8 clans, but it was he who allowed our Yang clan to leap up and become an existence that's only inferior to the Ku clan and Yin clan. If nothing had happened to him all those years ago, I believe that the Yang clan would have surpassed the Yin clan by now. Yang Xian kept her head low and remained silent. The black shadow added, If he's in the Yang clan, then I would be willing to support him. Because he's someone I respect, and because he is qualified to make me support him. However, is anyone in the current Yang clan qualified to make me support him or her? Yang Xian remained silent. The black shadow continued. Yang Xian, I know that you've attained the half-step true realm, and it's even to the extent that you can fight true realm experts. Yang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and she clenched her fists even more tightly. The black shadow suddenly stretched out its right hand, and then the scene here changed. It didn't take long for both of them to appear in a gray and boundless world. The black shadow gazed at Yang Xian. The strong are never willing to support others, and I understand that. Come attack me. You can choose your own future if I can't defeat you within 5 moves. Yang Xian remained silent for a short while, and then she stood up slowly. Bang! A terrifying aura surged out from within her. The half-step true realm. Yang Xian flipped her palm, and a spear appeared in her grasp. After that, she transformed into a ray of flaming red light that shot forward. Meanwhile, the black shadow raised its hand and swung it down. Hiss! A bolt of lightning flashed, and then dazzling light surged through the entire area. Bang! Yang Xian was blasted over 3 kilometers away, and her spear had been transformed into powder. Yang Xian looked up at the black shadow. You're an ancient inheritor. The black shadow placed its hands behind its back and replied, What do you think? Yang Xian remained silent. Meanwhile, the black shadow said, Yang Xian, your strength isn't the best in the Yang clan, but your intelligence is very good. Moreover, you can lead armies. So I need your help. Yang Xian spoke in a low voice. You might make the Yang clan split apart. Even if it doesn't split apart, it may suffer severe losses. The black shadow shook its head slightly. You're mistaken. If the Yang clan is led by me, then it'll definitely advance from its current state and rise to a higher level. However, the black shadow gazed at Yang Xian and continued. You've probably guessed my identity by now, right? Yang Xian nodded slightly. I have. The black shadow said. If I'm in the Yang clan will prosper. If I leave the Yang clan, it'll be destroyed. Yang Xian's expression changed. What are you planning? The black shadow replied. You'll find out in the future. Yang Xian, I don't like to waste my breath. I know what your objective is. You want to wait for your brother to return. So, I'll promise you that if your brother does return, and he's still the same Yang Woody that he was, then I'm willing to support him. However, you have to support me until that happens. Otherwise, you must die. Yang Xian fell silent for a long time, and then she answered. I have a request, the Black Shadow said. Speak. Yang Xian looked up at the Black Shadow. Let Yang Yi live. The Black Shadow replied. I can spare him if he doesn't try to stop me. As soon as the Black Shadow finished speaking, it transformed into a bolt of lightning that vanished on the spot. Yang Xian remained silent on the spot for a long time, and then she looked up at the sky. Brother, where are you? The discipline hall. After hearing that they would give him some sort of benefits, Yang Yi had hurriedly followed Yang Lu to the discipline hall. Besides Yang Lu, there were 2 other people here. Yang Yi knew both of them. It was the Council of Elders Master, Yang Lin, and the Yang clan's guardian, Yang Gawu. Yang Lin spoke solemnly. Who was that? He was naturally asking about the Black Shadow. Yang Lu shook his head lightly. I don't know. Yang Lin's face turned slightly gloomy. Since that person dared to kill in the city and even did it in front of you, that person is very confident in his or her strength. But there doesn't seem to be any true realm expert in our clan that's skilled in lightning. Has someone been concealing his or her strength? Meanwhile, Yang Gawu shook his head. It's probably not a true realm expert. We guardians of the Yang clan are fully aware of the whereabouts of our clan's true realm experts. Yang Lin suddenly said. So it wasn't a true realm expert? Both Yang Lu and Yang Zhu's expressions became unsightly when they heard Yang Lin. It was especially so for Yang Lu. Because he had been at a disadvantage in both the collisions he had with that Black Shadow from before. In the beginning, had thought it was a true realm expert. If it was a true realm expert, then being at a disadvantage wasn't a big deal. But if it wasn't a true realm expert, the atmosphere felt heavy. A short while passed before they exchanged glances, and then they seemed to have thought of something, causing their expressions to grow even more unsightly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi asked, Old man, where are the benefits you promised? Yang Lu and the others restrained their thoughts when they heard Yang Yi, and then they gazed at him. They remained silent for a long time before Yang Lu gazed at Yang Gawu. The latter pondered deeply for a moment and gazed at Yang Yi. Are you willing to be the next guardian of the Yang clan? The next guardian of the Yang clan? Yang Yi frowned. Like you? Yang Gawu nodded. Like me. You'll protect the Yang clan until you die. Yang Yi hurriedly shook his head. I'm not interested. I really am not interested. He had better things to do than protect the Yang clan for a lifetime. Yang Gawu frowned slightly. Do you know what becoming the Yang clan's guardian represents? It represents extraordinary status. Even the discipline hall can't do anything to you. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. Really? The corners of Yang Lu's mouth twitched when he saw this, and then he quickly said, I think we should forget it. If this kid becomes the guardian of the Yang clan, then while I can't say if he'll be able to protect it or not, I'm certain that he'll throw the Yang clan into chaos. Yang Yi felt speechless. Yang Lin nodded slightly. He isn't suitable to be a guardian. Yang Gawu intended to say something, but Yang Yi suddenly cupped his fist and said, Seniors, I don't want to be the Yang clan's guardian as well. There are no benefits from it, and it'll just give me a bunch of trouble. It's a pain. Farewell. He immediately vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Once Yang Yi left, a moment of silence ensued here. In the end, Yang Lin spoke abruptly. He doesn't want to be the clan's guardian. Yang Lu nodded slightly. His aspirations are quite high. Yang Gawu shook his head slightly. I think it isn't that his aspirations are high, it's that he doesn't want to stay in the Yang clan. Yang Lu gazed at Yang Gawu. What do you mean? Yang Gawu replied. Have you not noticed? He feels nothing for the clan. Even though everyone in this clan is connected by blood, there's no familial bond between us. It isn't just between us, there isn't a connection between him and his aunt, Yang Xian, as well. In short, he doesn't feel a sense of belonging here. Yang Lu asked. Then why doesn't he leave the clan? Yang Wu glanced at Yang Lu and said, If he leaves, he'll die an even worse death. I'm sure you're aware about how many people in the clan want to kill him. Yang Wu paused for a moment and gazed at Yang Lin. There are many even in the Council of Elders that want to kill him. Yang Lin nodded slightly. They still have things to worry about. But once they don't, they will definitely act against him. Yang Lin paused for a moment and continued. It's too complicated, and it's connected to too many. Even we can't stop it. Yang Lu nodded slightly and said, I keep having the feeling that our clan won't be at peace for long. Unfortunately, Lian Shuang is a girl, otherwise. He glanced at Yang Lin and didn't speak further. Yang Lin shook his head slightly. We're not trying to stubbornly adhere to old rules, but I'm sure you're aware that women will get married. If she becomes the patriarch, once she grows up completely, our clan may not be the same Yang clan anymore. Yang Lu shook his head slightly. I'm just afraid that she won't accept it willingly. Yang Lin stood up slowly. She has to even if she doesn't want to. The patriarch of the Yang clan must be a man. Right, brother Yang Lu, investigate that mysterious person from before. No matter who it is, since that person dared to cause trouble in our clan, then that person can't be allowed to live. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Yang Wu and Yang Lu exchanged glances, and they both shook their heads. After he returned to his abode, Yang Yi gave the fruit he got from Yang Xian to Lu Ligay. Lu Ligay consumed it, and then he started meditating and recuperating. As for Yang Yi and Nanjing, they returned to the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi immediately went to the 4th level once he entered the primordial pagoda. This time, his goal was the war god's arm on the 4th level. Chapter 1674 The Unyielding Physique. The fight he had with Yang Ru allowed him to realize that not a single young master of the Yang clan was ordinary. Not to mention anything else, just Yang Ru was someone that he was absolutely not confident in his ability to defeat. But Yang Ru was absolutely not the only one in the Yang clan who wanted to kill him. Besides that mysterious expert. Yang Yi had a solemn expression on his face when he thought about that mysterious expert. Had known that the mysterious expert was extraordinarily strong, but had still underestimated that person. Yang Lu had been at a disadvantage in both his collisions with that mysterious black shadow, and Du Xiu hadn't even been able to fight back before being killed. It was obvious how strong that mysterious expert was. Moreover, had been swept into the vortex that was the Yang clan's fight for succession. There were some things in this world where others wouldn't let you live if you refused to fight for it, and they would never let you live if you refused to fight for it. For example, if Yang Ru or Yang Xing became the successor, then they would definitely not let him live. So, he wouldn't think about withdrawing from this vortex. Because if he chose to withdraw now, he would definitely be killed. After all, there definitely were true realm experts amongst his father's enemies. Moreover, there may be a few of them. He couldn't withdraw. Meanwhile, Nanjing suddenly said, I may have to enter into closed-door cultivation for a while. Yang Yi gazed at her. What is it? Nanjing replied. I have to comprehend some things. She paused for a moment and continued. It'll definitely help when the competition begins. Yang Yi grinned and said, Do you know? I feel that you're the most terrifying. Since the time they met on Profounder Continent, Nanjing's strength had never been weaker than his. But he had the primordial pagoda, and she didn't. Nanjing shook her head slightly. Your heart is bound by too much. Even though they've become motivation for you to become strong, they are also invisible shackles for you. The reason the unfettered one's attainments in the Sword Tao are so superior is that his heart isn't bound by anything. He pursues the extremes of the Sword Tao, and he has truly accomplished having only the sword in his heart. She walked slowly over to Yang Yi and continued. But you're different. There are emotions in your heart, and you can't keep only the sword in it. You can't pursue the extremes of the Sword Tao. So, your attainments aren't as great as his. However, that's exactly why I'm with you. Yang Yi gazed at her. Meanwhile, she added, the unfettered one pursues strength and the extremes of the sword Tao. You pursue protection, the ability to protect your loved ones. Even though it makes you weaker than the unfettered one, that's the Yang Yi that I know. That Yang Yi who dares to fight the world for those he loves. Yang Yi smiled. Let's not talk about this. Go on and cultivate. And Nanjing nodded slightly. She was about to leave when Yang Yi suddenly said, Wait. He flipped his right palm and a black shield appeared in his grasp. It was the zenith rank shield that had taken from that expert of the Ku clan. Yang Yi passed it to her and said, This is for you. She glanced at the shield and shook her head. I won't try to defend myself like that. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and vanished on the spot. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi shook his head and put the shield away. He refused to do as she did. It was extremely useful at the critical moment. Especially because the shield relied on dark matter and dark energy, so it would definitely be much stronger in his hands. After he put the shield away, Yang Yi looked up at the room on the 4th level. The room was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything within it. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he started walking slowly towards the entrance. However, when he arrived just 3 m away from the entrance, a wave of terrifying energy swept out in his direction. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He tapped his right foot against the ground while Returnal rank sword intent instantly surged out from within him. In next to no time, his sword intent formed an invisible sword that shot forward. Bang! His sword intent had just come into contact with the energy when a wave of terrifying energy swept out from the point of collision. In an instant, the space here started to ripple while Yang Yi's sword intent started to crack apart. Moreover, the mysterious energy from within the room even pushed him back repeatedly. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly at the sight of this, and he took another step forward. At the same time, a wave of blood-red light swept out from him. Zenith rank slaughter intent. As soon as it swept out, the mysterious energy before him was forced to stop. Just like that, the 3 types of energies were in confrontation. Yang Yi was about to enter, but another wave of terrifying energy surged out of the room. Once this energy appeared, Yang Yi's slaughter intent and sword intent was blasted apart. Yang Yi's expression changed drastically, and he was about to retreat, but it was too late. The energy pressed down upon him. At the moment it slammed against his body, Yang Yi's expression had changed drastically again. This time, he felt like a million towering mountains were pressing down on him. Had been caught off guard, so his body instantly bent down. It wasn't just his upper body that had bent down, had almost fallen to his knees as well. Fortunately, he forcefully supported himself up and stopped himself from kneeling. Bang! Meanwhile, his slaughter intent and sword intent surged out from within him. However, regardless of whether it was his slaughter intent or sword intent, they were instantly obliterated upon emerging from his body. Yang Yi's expression changed again when he noticed this. He hadn't expected the mysterious energy to actually be so strong. Suddenly, another wave of energy surged out from behind the doors, and it slammed against his body. Crack! In an instant, Yang Yi felt like his waist was on the verge of breaking. Even his legs felt like they were going to break. The energy grew stronger and stronger, and it made Yang Yi's legs bend more and more. He was on the verge of kneeling on the ground. Kneel? A vicious glow flashed through his eyes. In his lifetime, he refused to kneel to the heavens or the earth, and he would only kneel to his mother. No one else could make him kneel. Hold on. At this moment, regardless of whether it was his profound energy, slaughter intent, or sword intent, they couldn't help him. Willpower! He could only rely on his willpower to hold on by force. Yang Yi's face gradually started to warp. That wasn't all, cold sweat had even started to flow down like a waterfall. Besides that, his waist was bending further, and he was almost like the shape of a bow. Besides that, his knees were just a few centimeters away from the ground. Yang Yi's knees gradually descended further. Right when they were about to touch the ground, a wisp of ruthlessness flashed through Yang Yes' eyes, and then he roared with fury as he pressed his hands against the ground, causing the veins throughout his arms to bulge up. Cracking suddenly started to resound throughout his body. After that, his legs gradually became straight. Even though it was a very slow process, they were straightening slowly. At this moment, he seemed to be in a very strange posture. Moreover, his eyes were blood red. Crack! A while later, the sound of a bone breaking resounded. Once that sound resounded, numerous bones started to break, one after the other. At this moment, Yang Yes' waist bent down completely. The bones throughout his waist had been broken. Meanwhile, Yang Yes' legs had cracked open as well. Yang Yi stared at the room ahead, and his eyes were bloodshot. He gritted his teeth while blood ceaselessly seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Yield? So long as he gave up or yielded, he could avoid such suffering. However, how could Yang Yi possibly yield? Had lost and cried in this lifetime, but had never backed down. Not in the past, and not now. His waist could break and so could his legs, but he couldn't back down. As time slowly trickled by, Yang Yes' legs cracked open more and more, and blood ceaselessly seeped out from them. Crack! Suddenly, around 15 minutes later, a clear and resounding crack arose, and then Yang Yes' legs cracked open. He instantly fell towards the ground. However, he didn't allow himself to fall flat on the ground and had used his hands to hold himself up. However, the energy still didn't vanish, and it was still pressing down on him. It didn't take long for Yang Yes' palms to start cracking open, and then blood flowed along his hands and dyed the ground red. Yang Yi supported himself with his palms and looked up at the door. There was a ferocious smile on his face as he said, "You can break my waist, my legs, and my hands, but you can't break my will and heart. I, Yang Yi, will never yield." Bang! Another wave of energy appeared from behind the door, and it instantly slammed down onto Yang Yi. Crack! The sound of bones breaking resounded, and then Yang Yes' hands broke. However, he still didn't allow himself to fall flat on the ground because had used his elbows to hold himself up. Yang Yi looked up at the door, and his eyes were filled with ferocity. "Come on! Bring it on!" Bang! Suddenly, another wave of terrifying energy surged out, and it pressed down upon Yang Yi. Crack! The sound of bones breaking resounded again, and his arms instantly broke. However, Yang Yi still didn't fall flat on the ground because he used his head to support himself up. Bang! The ground cracked open. Around 15 minutes passed just like that, and then Yang Yi suddenly felt his entire body feel light. After that, another wave of terrifying energy surged out from behind the door. The corners of Yang Yes' mouth twitched when he noticed this. "It's really trying to kill me." Suddenly, the energy surged into his body, and Yang Yes' body shook. "What's going on?" Yang Yi was quite bewildered. Meanwhile, numerous waves of energy surged out from behind the door. It surged out like a torrent, and surged into Yang Yes' body. An unyielding will, an unyielding soul, unyielding bones, and an unyielding heart. Suddenly a voice resounded. "Congratulations, you've obtained the unyielding physique." Chapter 1675 Died before yielding. Yang Yi looked up, and he saw a small flame floating there. It was the divining flame. Yang Yi didn't speak and just withdrew his gaze. Because he didn't even have the energy to speak. It didn't take long for a huge amount of primordial violet energy to appear around him, and they surged into his body. His body started to heal swiftly with its help, and his body had fully recovered around an hour later. Yang Yi stood up slowly and gazed at the divining flame. "The unyielding physique?" The divining flame replied. "Look at your own book." Yang Yi looked down, and then he gazed at the divining flame. "There's nothing different about it." Suddenly, a tiny flame surged forward and instantly struck Yang Yi. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted 3 kilometers away. Yang Yi looked up at the divining flame. "What are you doing?" The divining flame replied. "Look at your chest. Yang Yi looked down. The flesh there had turned pitch black from being burned by the flame. See that? The divine flame continued. In the past, your body was utterly incapable of enduring my strength. Yet now, it can endure my strength. Yang Yi was slightly stunned. Right. Now that he thought about it, he realized that the divine flame had merely pushed him back and hadn't transformed him into ashes. After all, in the past, his body hadn't been able to endure the divine flame at all. So, when he thought up to this point, Yang Yi quickly closed his eyes and scanned his body. A long time passed before Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly. He gazed at the divine flame. I feel like something has changed, but I can't put a finger on it. It's a qualitative change. The divine flame continued. You endured the test of that arm. No, it should be said that you obtained its acknowledgement. So, it transferred its unyielding will to you, and then the unyielding will made your soul, bones, heart, and body undergo a qualitative transformation. Yang Yi said. So, it has strengthened my body? Not just your body. The divine flame continued. Your soul, heart, and intents as well. Take a look at your soul, sword intent, and slaughter intent. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then his soul flashed out of his body. He glanced at himself, fell silent for a long time, and then spoke solemnly. It's stronger than before. The unyielding soul. The divine flame continued. The most terrifying part of that war god from all those years ago was how unyielding he was. No one could make him yield. Even Master wasn't able to make him yield. Unyielding is a form of energy, or to be more precise, it's a form of conviction. Do you know what the energy of conviction represents? It's something imaginary to some people, but to others, it really does exist. Unyielding. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then his soul returned to his body before he took a step forward. In an instant, slaughter intent and sword intent appeared here. His slaughter intent was still at the zenith rank, and his sword intent was still at the returnal rank. There were no changes in their ranks. But he could sense that both of them had undergone a qualitative transformation. Meanwhile, the divine flame said, Now your slaughter intent can be called unyielding slaughter intent, and your sword intent can be called unyielding sword intent. As for your soul, it can be called an unyielding soul, and your body an unyielding body. He paused for a moment and continued. Unyielding represents the conviction to rather die than yield, and it's just like the core of your sword Tao. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. I know that changes have occurred throughout my body, but can you tell me which part of my slaughter intent, sword intent, and soul have grown stronger? Because my soul is still at the heaven realm, my slaughter intent is still at the zenith realm, and my sword intent is still at the returnal realm. There hasn't been any changes in their realms. The divine flame replied. Your slaughter intent and sword intent contain your unyielding will, so their strength far surpasses their realms. It's like a piece of iron being forged into a sharp sword. Even though the sword is still iron, can a piece of iron compete with its might? The divine flame paused for a moment. Simply speaking, your zenith rank slaughter intent can resist true rank slaughter intent, and your sword intent is equivalent to zenith rank sword intent. As for your soul, it's comparable to a zenith realm soul, and your body is actually comparable to a true realm body. Of course, regardless of whether it's your slaughter intent or body, there's still a gap between them and the actual true rank and true realm. However, the gap between them isn't huge. But if you didn't have that unyielding will, then regardless of whether it's your slaughter intent or body, they would be completely crushed before a true rank intent or true realm body. Yang Yi was stunned for a moment, and then he felt wild joy. He was overjoyed. Unyielding. The unyielding will had made his entire body undergo a qualitative improvement. Simply speaking, it has allowed him to advance to a higher level. A comprehensive improvement of strength. Yang Yi suppressed the excitement he felt and gazed at the door. Thank you. There's no need to thank it. Meanwhile, the divine flame spoke abruptly. Actually, it has nothing to do with it. Yang Yi was puzzled. It has nothing to do with it. The divining flame asked. You think it was testing you just now? Yan Yi replied with a question. Wasn't it? Of course it wasn't. The divining flame continued. It doesn't have a consciousness of its own, so tell me how it would test you. It was instinctively protecting itself. It really wanted to kill you just now. Understand? Yan Yi gulped. It really intended to kill me just now. Of course. The divining flame said. Do you think it was playing with you? Yan Yi wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. Then why didn't you or the primordial pagoda help me? Why should we? The divining flame continued. If you can't even get through that, then your life is just a waste of primordial violet energy. Yan Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the divining flame added. The path of cultivation is a very long path. You must experience numerous tribulations. We can help you with some, but there are some that you have to overcome yourself. Only by overcoming them will you be able to grow, improve, and gain more experience. Just like what happened earlier. If we helped you, you wouldn't obtain an unyielding will, you wouldn't obtain an unyielding spirit, and you wouldn't be able to gain its help. Understand? Yan Yi fell silent for a long time before he nodded. I understand. He didn't want to let himself rely too much on the primordial pagoda, and the primordial pagoda didn't step forward to help him deal with his enemies. He had to mostly rely on himself when it came to cultivating. Yan Yi seemed to have thought of something and said, Didn't it want to kill me? Then why did it help me? Unyielding. The divining flame explained. You comprehended and attained an unyielding spirit, just like it. Because the war god has perished, the unyielding will within it has no owner, and you comprehended and attained an unyielding spirit, so that allowed it to instantly find a source for itself. The divining flame pondered deeply for a moment at this point, and then continued. You should be aware that all intents aren't able to grow without a source. As for weaker intents, they aren't even able to exist in the world for long. So, when it noticed that you've comprehended an unyielding spirit, it immediately treated you as its master. I see. Yan Yi nodded and said, Then can I take control of that arm as well? No. The divining flame said. Don't underestimate that arm. It's the arm of the war god from all those years ago, and the energy it contains is extremely terrifying. The slightest mistake may cause you to be obliterated by the energy within it. However, your body and strength have both improved, so you can try. But don't let your guard down. Yan Yi nodded. Of course. As he spoke, he looked up at the door. He remained silent for a moment, and then he started walking towards it. It didn't take long for him to enter the room. The room was very small, and it was less than 30 m wide. An arm with a golden bracer on it was floating at the center of the room, and the arm looked no different than an ordinary arm. Yan Yi gazed at the divining flame. What should I do? The latter replied. Which arm do you intend to change? Yan Yi thought for a long time and gazed at his right arm. My right arm. The divining flame said. Put a drop of your right arm's blood into it. Yan Yi nodded, and then he walked over to the arm and flicked a drop of his blood essence into it. As soon as his blood entered the arm, it shook violently, and then it transformed into a pool of blood that surged into Yan Yi's arm. Yan Yi's eyes instantly opened wide at the moment the blood entered his arm. It hurt. The pain went deep into his marrow. At this moment, he felt like his right arm was being pulled off. No, it was worse than being pulled off. Because the pain was worse than the pain which came from the soul. H. A furious howl resounded within the room, and then Yan Yi suddenly slammed his right arm against the ground. Boom! The entire ground shook while the space around him cracked open in an instant. However, it only took an instant for the space here to be repaired. Crack! Suddenly, a clear and resounding sound arose. It wasn't space that had cracked apart, it was Yan Yi's body. In an instant, countless strands of blood seeped out from his body, and he was drenched in blood. Chapter 1676 I'll run if I can't win. Quickly stick that talisman to your arm. Suddenly, the divine flame's voice resounded. The talisman? Yang Yi was stunned. It didn't take long for him to recall the talisman. He flipped his left hand and a talisman appeared in his grasp. It was the talisman which had been stuck on the door to the room. Yang Yi immediately placed it on his right arm. As soon as it was stuck to his trembling arm gradually calmed down. At the same time, his body stopped cracking. Around 15 minutes later, his right arm calmed down completely. Once it returned to calm, Yang Yi started to repair his body with primordial violet energy. Just like that, an hour passed before Yang Yi's body recovered completely. After he recovered, Yang Yi turned to look at his right arm. At this moment, his right arm was still his, but there were numerous fine blood vessels beneath his skin. They were moving beneath his skin like tiny snakes, and it seemed quite horrifying. I underestimated its strength. Suddenly, the divine flame said, as expected of the war god. Even if he died so many years ago, the energy contained within his arm is still so overbearing and powerful. Yang Yi nodded. He gazed at his right arm and still felt a wave of lingering fear in his heart. The energy from just now had been too powerful. If it had been allowed to continue surging through him, then it would have definitely obliterated him. It was just an arm. How strong was the war god? Yang Yi gazed at the divine flame. How strong was the war god? The divine flame fell silent for a few breaths of time and replied, It's beyond your imagination. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Meanwhile, the divine flame added, Your current body is still incapable of enduring its strength. So, don't remove the talisman on your arm. Understand? Of course. Yang Yi nodded. He didn't want to court death. The energy from before was really too strong, and the current strength of his body was utterly incapable of enduring that energy. You must grow stronger, understand? Meanwhile, the divine flame spoke abruptly. There are many powerful cultivators in Milky Way system. Even though the formidable ones like my master have left this universe, it doesn't represent that all of them have left. Moreover, while many of them have left, they left their inheritances here so that their inheritance isn't lost to the world. Thus, don't underestimate the geniuses of this world. Yang Yi nodded. He naturally wouldn't underestimate others, especially those ancient inheritors like Yang Ru. Yang Ru's strength was definitely not limited to what he displayed that day, and Yang Ru surely had formidable trump cards. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and gazed at the divine flame. Right, what's in the 5th level? The divine flame replied. I don't know. You don't know? Yang Yi was stunned. Why don't you know? The divine flame replied. I've never been there, so how would I know? Yang Yi was at a loss for what to say. Meanwhile, the divine flame added. Once you're strong enough, it'll naturally open for you. Now you should just focus on improving your strength. As soon as it finished speaking, the divine flame transformed into a strand of fire that vanished on the spot. Yang Yi remained silently on the spot for a long time, and then he vanished. He didn't leave the primordial pagoda and went to the 1st level instead. The blood puppets! He hadn't forgotten about the blood puppets which had taken from Yang Xing. All 3 of them were at the half-step true realm. After he subdued them with the help of the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi immediately sent all 5 blood puppets to Merak's system. After the previous incident with Gu Xiu and Qian Hu, Yang Yi knew that many would definitely target his loved ones. So, he had to take precautions. Unless a true realm expert went to Merak's system, those 5 blood puppets were entirely sufficient to stop any other ordinary expert. Swish! Suddenly, a sword howl resounded, and then a wooden sword appeared in front of him. Snowy's round and fluffy figure was on it. Sword control. Snowy had perfected her technique in sword control on her own. Snowy cracked a smile when she saw Yang Yi, and then she flew over to his chest and rubbed her head against his chin. Yang Yi grinned as he rubbed her head, and he asked, Snowy, how about I teach you a sword technique? Snowy looked up at Yang Yi, blinked, and then quickly nodded. Yang Yi flipped his palm, and the sword precursor appeared in his grasp. After that, he gazed at Snowy. This is called the sword or rebirth. As he spoke, he closed his eyes and focused. A moment of silence ensued before he suddenly opened his eyes. At the moment his eyes opened, he transformed into a ray of light that appeared over 10 kilometers away. Rumble! The space here rippled like the surface of water. Snowy's eyes lit up when she witnessed this, and then she stretched out her claw. The wooden sword immediately flew into her claw, and then she closed her eyes as well. Quite some time passed before she opened her eyes just like Yang Yi had. Swish! At the moment she opened her eyes, the wooden sword in her claw trembled violently. In an instant, both she and the wooden sword transformed into a ray of light that appeared over 10 kilometers away. Yang Yi was quite stunned by this. Because Snowy's attack wasn't very different from the sword of rebirth that had just executed. However, a moment passed before Yang Yi shook his head. He noticed that while it looked the same on the outside, there actually was a difference. It had form but no spirit. Meanwhile, Snowy flew over to Yang Yi and cracked a smile while anticipation filled her eyes. Yang Yi chuckled, rubbed her head gently, and said, "Amazing! Extremely amazing! You're much better than me." Snowy's smile grew even brighter, and then she flew over to Yang Yi and gave him a peck on the forehead. After that, she went over to the wooden sword and pointed forward. Swish! A sword howl resounded, and then it transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled, and then he gazed at Zir, who suddenly appeared by his side. "Is it boring in here?" Zir shook her head slightly. "Staying here means that I'm with you at all times, and I won't be bored while I'm with you." Yang Yi's heart felt warm. He hugged her lightly, causing her delicate figure to tremble slightly before returning to normal. Just like that, they hugged each other tightly. Around 2 hours later, Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi looked up at the sky. The fight for succession was in 2 days. Suddenly, Yang Xian appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "Do you need something?" He didn't have a good impression of her at all. Yang Xian glanced at him and said, "Do you have a safe place to talk?" Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he vanished on the spot. Yang Xian vanished on the spot right after him. In a room, only Yang Yi and Yang Xian were present. Yang Yi said, "It's very safe here." At this moment, the room was within the scope of his sword domain, so even a true realm expert couldn't eavesdrop on them. "The fight for succession is about to begin." Yang Xian spoke in a low voice. "How are your preparations going?" Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "What preparations? Do I have anything to prepare?" She glanced at him and asked, "You intend to fight on your own?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I have in Nanjing." Yang Xian spoke in a low voice. "That's too little." Yang Yi replied. "Then why don't you find me a few true realm experts to help me?" Yang Xian gazed at Yang Yi. "I'm not joking. The Yang clan's fight for succession is divided into 3 rounds. Do you know what the first round is?" Yang Yi replied. "Please do tell." She explained. "The first round is called panning. It represents panning out those with strong support from those with weak support. Because the first round is a test of supporting forces. Once it begins, the clan will stop protecting the participants in Fecta City. At the same time, the powers that the young masters of the clan have gathered and grown in the outside world will be allowed entrance into the city. Do you know what that represents?" Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and said, "A group battle." Yang Xian nodded. "Indeed. At that time, the powers that support them will be assisting them in battle. So, they won't fight you one-on-one, and they'll gang up on you instead. A Nanjing and you are strong, so you may be able to defeat a few half-step true realm experts and over a dozen zenith realm experts. But can you defeat over a dozen half-step true realm experts and a few dozen zenith realm experts?" Yang Yi remained silent for a short while and replied, "Will true realm experts join the battle?" Yang Xian shook her head slightly. "No. The reason true realm experts aren't allowed to participate is that if they're allowed to participate, then the situation may get out of control, and it'll give the other clans an opportunity to take advantage of and sneak into our clan. So, true realm experts aren't allowed to participate. However, she looked him in the eye and continued. Even though no true realm experts will be participating, some experts, and especially those monstrous geniuses, are very likely to even be able to fight true realm experts. The young masters may bring the top 10 on the Milky Way rankings to help them. Just like Yang Xing, he has Ming Mo with him. Even though Ming Mo lost to Yang Ru, I'm sure you've witnessed how strong he is. Advancing a ranking amongst the top 10 is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Understand? Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. This round is a competition of who can gather more experts to his side, right? Yang Xian replied. That's not wrong. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, What if I have no help? Yang Xian replied. What do you think? Yang Yi said. If they gang up on me, then ill. Yang Xian asked. You're going to fight all of them on your own? Yang Yi shook his head and spoke seriously. I'll run. Yang Xian was stunned speechless. Chapter 1677, Where I Was Born and Raised. Run? Yang Xian shook her head. Where can you run to? Yang Yi replied. Then what do you think I should do? Yang Xian fell silent. Yang Yi said, I'll die if I run, and I'll still die if I don't. So, should I run or not? Yang Xian spoke solemnly. Don't. You'll have a chance to survive if you don't. Yang Yi shook his head. You didn't come here today to discuss if I should run or not, right? She replied. I'm here to warn you to be careful of 3 people. Yang Yi asked. Which 3? Yang Xian replied. The eldest young master Yang Jian. The 4th young master Yang Ru. The 9th young master Yang Xian. They'll be your greatest enemies. Yang Yi asked. Which one of them has the most support? Which one of them is the strongest? Yang Xian pondered deeply for a moment, and shook her head. I'm not certain. They will only reveal their trump cards at the last possible moment. As for now, their true trump cards are hidden. She paused for a moment and continued. However, according to my estimations, Yang Jian's forces are much larger in number. Because he's skilled in management, and his reputation is very good. So, he has many friends. Of course, his strength will definitely not be weak as well. Yang Jian. Yang Yi nodded slightly and said, What about Yang Ru? He cared more about Yang Ru because there was enmity between them, and Yang Ru would definitely not leave him alone during the competition. So, he had to take precautions against Yang Ru. Yang Xian too. Meanwhile, Yang Xian said, He's quite mysterious. Yang Yi was puzzled. Mysterious? Yang Xian nodded. He has been weak and sickly since he was born, and his speed of cultivation has been much slower than others. At that time, he wasn't favored by the clan as well. She paused for a moment and continued. I asked you to be careful of him because when the number 1 genius of the Yang clan, Yang Lianshuang, said something when she met him. Yang Yi asked. What did she say? Yang Xian pondered deeply for a moment and said, not bad indeed. Yang Yi was quite stunned. That's all? Yang Xian glanced at him. You haven't met her, so you don't know how proud she is. She takes very few seriously, and it can be said that she looks down on everyone. But she has the strength to do that. Yang Lianshuang. The Yang clan's no one genius. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. It wasn't his first time hearing that name. He fell silent for a moment and said, How strong is she? Yang Xian replied, I don't know the specifics. In any case, true realm experts are definitely unable to do anything to her. Or I should say that she may have the strength to kill true realm experts. The strength to kill true realm experts. Yang Yi was shocked. It was still difficult for him to kill a true realm expert. Actually, it wasn't just difficult, it was impossible for him to accomplish right now. Unless he used the war god's arm, the divine yin flame, or the wooden sword, his current strength was definitely insufficient to kill a true realm expert. Of course, based on his current strength, and especially after he comprehended the unyielding will. Even if he still couldn't kill true realm experts, fighting them wouldn't be a problem for him. Meanwhile, Yang Xian suddenly looked him in the eyes. Don't become enemies with her. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Yang Xian fell silent for a long time and replied. She doesn't just possess formidable strength, the support she receives in the Yang clan is beyond your imagination. As I mentioned, if she was a man, then all of you would have no chance to become the Yang clan's successor. Yang Yi shook his head. I won't try to offend her, of course. I have better things to do. Yang Xian nodded slightly. She isn't a threat to you for now. You have to pay attention to the other young masters instead. So long as the fight for succession begins, the experts of the Yang clan will go into hiding, and the forces of the various young masters will enter Fectis City. That will be when all of you have to display your strength. She paused for a moment and continued. That will be the most dangerous period for you. Because it will be the best time to kill you for many people in the Yang clan. In short, you have to be careful. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, You once told me that my father has many loyal subordinates in the clan. Why haven't none of them come to me? Don't tell me that they don't know that I've returned. Yang Xian looked him in the eyes. They are your father's subordinates, but they aren't yours. So, they will naturally not pledge their loyalty to you. Not to mention you, they won't even pledge their loyalty to your father if he returns as the cripple he was when he left. This is a realistic world, understand? Yang Yi nodded. I understand. Right, I was attacked by a mysterious true realm expert, but another mysterious true realm expert saved me. Do you know who they are? Yang Xian shook her head slightly. I don't, but they are definitely members of the Yang clan. That was just an assassination. Yet now, the fight for succession is about to begin, so they'll have many ways to kill you out in the open. So, be careful. Understand? Yang Yi said. I've always been very careful. Had never looked down on the Yang clan's fight for succession. He had no intention to become the Yang clan's successor, but he had to fight no matter what. Because he wanted to live, and if he wanted to live, then he had to fight back. Fighting back would lead to slaughter. Give up? Had thought about giving up when he was in Merak's system, but what did that get him? He had no choice but to fight. He had to fight to the end. That was the only way. Yang Xian glanced at Yang Yi and said, Be careful. She turned around and vanished once she finished speaking. Yang Yi gazed at the direction Yang Xian had left towards, and he just gazed at it for a long time. He naturally had his guard up against that auntie of his who just suddenly made an appearance in his life. Because she didn't have pure intentions. However, that wasn't important. His strength was the most important. Because if he had sufficient strength, then all schemes would be nothing before him. 2 days of time. Yang Yi naturally didn't waste these 2 days. He returned to the primordial pagoda. At the tuned level of the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi went over to Shao Qi's side. At this moment, Little Sky was beside Shao Qi, and the soul nurturing tree was here too. Little Sky's soul was seated on the tree. Yang Yi glanced at Shao Li and gazed at Little Sky. How are you? Little Sky grinned happily. My soul is fine now. However, I have to return to Merak's system to restore my body. It can only be restored by relying on the energy of the earth there. However, I know that you definitely don't have the time to return, right? Yang Yi nodded. I can't head back in the short term. However, trust me, the day will come when I take you back to Merak's system. Little Sky grinned. I'm sorry, I'm really not used to other worlds. I prefer returning to Merak's system. Yang Yi went over to her, rubbed her head gently, and said, I understand. I'll take you back once I'm done with my business in the Yang clan. Little Sky asked. Then what about you? Yang Yi thought for a while and said, No matter where I go, I promise you that once I'm old, I'll live out the rest of my life in Merak's system. Because it's where I was born and raised. Moreover, my family and you are there. Even though he was a member of the Yang clan, Merak's system was his home. His loved ones and friends were there. The smile on Little Sky's face grew even more brilliant. You're right. No matter where you go, Merak's system is your home. Yang Yi grinned, and then he gazed at Xiao Qi. But before I return to live out the rest of my days there, I have to send her home. I promised that I would do that. Little Sky gazed at Xiao Qi and said, with the soul-nurturing tree's help, she'll probably recover very soon. Little Sky paused for a moment and continued, do you know where she's from? Yang Yi fell silent for an instant and replied, she should be from the large universe of Milky Way system. Moreover, her status may not be low. Little Sky nodded slightly. She's really not ordinary. Especially her soul. It gives me an extremely strange feeling. Yang Yi nodded. No matter what, once she wakes up and I send her home, then my mission will be completed. Little Sky said. I'll wake her up as soon as possible. Yang Yi smiled, chatted with Little Sky for a while, and then went over to the pill furnace. The divining flame was within it. Yang Yi gazed at the divining flame for a long time and said, you're very powerful, right? The divining flame replied, burning you into ashes shouldn't be a problem. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. He shook his head and said, I have an idea that I want to try. I'm not sure if it'll work. The divining flame asked, what? Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and replied, I want you to burn my sword intent. The divining flame's voice had a trace of surprise in it. Burn your sword intent? Yang Yi nodded. Yes. The divining flame remained silent for a long time before it spoke abruptly. You want to use my strength to improve your sword intent to the zenith realm? Yang Yi nodded. My sword intent is at the returnal rank. The only way to improve it further is by stimulating it with other forces. But ordinary things aren't able to accomplish that. Only your flames can suppress my sword intent. So, I hope to rely on your strength to improve my sword intent to the zenith rank. The divining flame replied, I don't know if it'll work. Yang Yi replied, I have to try. The divining flame remained silent for a long time and said, then let's try it. Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then a strand of sword energy appeared out of thin air around him. As soon as his sword intent appeared, the divining flame shot out and transformed into a ball of flames that enveloped Yang Yi. An instant later, a shrill cry resounded through the primordial pagoda. It was Yang Yi. On the one's level. Snowy was playing with the wooden sword when she heard this shrill cry, and it caused her to shudder before becoming furious. She waved her claw, and the wooden sword flew over into her grasp before she closed her eyes. Swish! A moment of silence ensued before Snowy transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. At the same time, the divining flame's surprised voice came from the tuned level. Little fellow, what the heck are you doing? Hey! Don't do anything rash. Chapter 1678 The Strong Live and the Weak Die. An amusing scene appeared here. Snowy was furious, and she was holding the wooden sword in her claws as she swung it wildly at the divining flame. Every single swing caused the divining flame to grow slightly dimmer. Snowy seemed to be extremely angry right now, and she had her eyes closed as she swung the sword madly at the divining flame. Sword energy crisscrossed throughout the room. As for the divining flame, it was growing dimmer and dimmer under Snowy's attacks. Fortunately, Yang Yi finally regained clarity, and he hurriedly stood in front of Snowy. However, Snowy was clearly in a berserk state, so she didn't even hesitate to attack Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression changed at the sight of this, and he hurriedly said, Snowy! Wake up! Snowy's body trembled when she heard Yang Yi. At the same time, the wooden sword stopped in midair before Yang Yi. It didn't take long for Snowy to open her eyes. She blinked when she saw Yang Yi, and then she threw the wooden sword aside and flew over to Yang Yi before rubbing her head gently against his chest. Yang Yi felt warm in his heart. He rubbed her head gently and said, I'm all right. Snowy didn't speak and just rubbed her head against his chest. Suddenly, the divining flame said, What the heck is that little fellow doing? Snowy immediately looked up at the divining flame, and then her eyes opened wide. She waved her claw, and the wooden sword flew back into her grasp. She was about to attack again. Yang Yi quickly hugged her and said, "Don't be angry. He isn't trying to harm me, he's helping me." Snowy looked up at Yang Yi and blinked as if she was asking if he was lying. Yang Yi rubbed her head gently and said, "He really is helping me. He's helping me grow stronger. So don't attack him, alright?" Snowy glanced at the divining flame, glanced at Yang Yi, and then nodded. Yang Yi grinned. "Good girl." Snowy cracked a smile when she heard Yang Yi praise her, and then she flew over to him and rubbed her forehead against his nose. After that, she flew over to the divining flame. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched as he thought Snowy intended to attack. However, Snowy stretched out her claw and started waving it about. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to reveal a smile. She was apologizing. Once she finished apologizing, Snowy didn't even wait for the divining flame to say anything and just vanished from the room with the wooden sword in her arms. Yang Yi laughed bitterly and shook his head. Snowy was quite innocent and naive. She didn't think so much like humans did. As far as she was concerned, she just had to apologize. As for whether the other party forgave her, it had nothing to do with her. Meanwhile, Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and gazed at the divining flame. "Were you injured by her?" Had noticed that the divining flame was clearly slightly afraid of Snowy. The divining flame spoke in a low voice. "It wasn't her, it was that sword." Yang Yi frowned slightly. "What is that sword?" The divining flame fell silent for a long time before he replied. "It's definitely not from this world. However, that wooden sword isn't one of the renowned swords that I know of. Is that not its true form?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I don't know." He wanted to find out about the wooden sword's origins as well. He didn't just want to find out about that, he wanted to take control of it. However, it was extremely proud, and it allowed no one but Snowy to touch it. Otherwise, if he could rely on its ability, his strength would definitely rise a level higher. "Right?" Yang Yi suddenly asked. "You know many renowned swords?" The divining flame replied with a question. "Why?" Yang Yi chuckled. "Which one is the strongest? What's its name?" The divining flame replied. "There is no sword that's the strongest, and it mainly depends on their user. Of course, there's a difference in strength between swords. Amongst the swords I know, there's a sword that was jointly forged by many ancient cultivators, and its might is truly difficult to describe with words." Yang Yi asked curiously. "What's its name?" The divining flame suddenly changed the topic. "Why ask so much? In any case, you won't be able to use it." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" The divining flame replied. "Only a benevolent sage or someone extremely kind is able to use it. As for you, you're a demon who kills countless. If you encounter that sword, then don't even think about taking control of it because it'll definitely kill you first." Yang Yi felt speechless. The divining flame suddenly said, "Stop wasting time. Let's begin." Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, nodded, and made his sword intent surge out of his body. Sword intent. It was an ethereal thing, but it did exist, and it could take material form. It was just like air. People couldn't see air or hear it, but they could feel it. The difference between sword intent and air was that people could take control of sword intent through cultivating, and they could make sword intent take material form. Intent was an ethereal thing, but once one took control of it, it wouldn't stay ethereal anymore. Sword intent was linked to spiritual energy and willpower. So, once the divining flame enveloped his sword intent, the first to bear the brunt of it was his spiritual energy. Yang Yi's sword intent started to gradually shrink beneath the divining flame. However, because he had the unyielding will, his sword intent wasn't completely incinerated by the divining flame. However, it wasn't a very pleasant experience for Yang Yi. His sword intent was like a piece of iron now, and the divining flame was the hammer. It hurt. It was a form of invisible pain. The divining flame didn't just incinerate Yang Yi's sword intent into nothingness, and it was ceaselessly burning his sword intent instead. As for Yang Yi, he didn't cut off the connection between him and his sword intent. So, the pain was transmitted straight to him. It was pain that came from his spirit. However, Yang Yi still gritted his teeth and endured it. Because he was very well aware that one had to suffer the worst to be the best. Just like a piece of iron, if it wasn't tempered repeatedly, then how would it become a sword that could cut through metal like it was clay? Just like that, time trickled by. Yang Yi's warped face gradually returned to normal. As for his sword intent, it was gradually undergoing some sort of transformation. Yang Yi had another strong point, and it was his greatest strong point. He was able to endure pain. Regardless of whether it was the pain from his spirit or the pain from his soul, no matter how overwhelming it was, he was still able to grit his teeth and persist until the end. Just as Nanjing had said, he wasn't just ruthless to others, he was even more ruthless to himself. If a person could be ruthless to himself or herself, how could that person be weak? Time trickled by. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The fight for succession was about to begin. At the first glimmer of dawn, the 4 armies and 72 warriors of the Yang clan had left the city, and then countless experts entered the city in succession. Southern Ray Entrance. Fekta's city had 4 city gates, and Southern Ray Entrance was one of them. However, it was usually closed, and it was only opened at one time, when the Yang clan's fight for succession began. Because the subordinates and friends of all the young masters would enter the city through Southern Ray Entrance. Of course, they could choose not to enter through this entrance. A group entered through Southern Ray Entrance at sunrise. They were led by a man in a luxurious robe. He was the eldest young master, Yang Jian. An old man with a wooden cane stood on Yang Jian's right. The old man wore a black robe, and his gaze was focused forward as he walked. A half-step true realm expert. The old man hadn't concealed his aura, or it should be said that he was revealing it intentionally. As for Yang Jian's left, there was a young man in an ink-black robe there. The man was a little over 20, his figure was ramrod straight like a towering pine tree, and there was a dot of scarlet red studded on his forehead. The Zenith Realm. The man was a Zenith Realm expert. As for the group behind Yang Jian, it was 20 cultivators in silver armor. The Zenith Realm. All 20 of them were at the Zenith Realm. It wasn't that Zenith Realm experts were so common that they could be found everywhere. After all, besides the experts Yang Jian had fostered himself, there were many that were provided as assistants from other powers. For example, his mother's clan, his wife's clans, and so on and so forth. Of course, this was definitely not the full extent of Yang Jian's forces. However, the fight for succession was a competition of elites. So, Yang Jian had only brought the top elites with him. When he arrived at the city entrance, Yang Jian suddenly stopped, looked up at the words Southern Ray Entrance, and fell silent for a long time. After that, he said, "Brother Gu Xie, do you think you'll be able to see the sunrise tomorrow?" The young man in an ink-black robe by Yang Jian's side spoke indifferently. "Brother Yang Jian, what do you think?" Yang Jian shook his head and smiled. "Those cousin brothers of mine aren't ordinary at all." He gazed at Gu Xie at this point and continued, "I got you swept into my Yang clan, Gu Xie suddenly shook his head. "We're brothers, so there's no need to say all of that. Moreover, I want to experience the strength of your Yang clan's geniuses." Yang Jian grinned. "All right. Let's experience their strength together. However, we have to deal with one person before we do that." As soon as he finished speaking, their group walked into the city. Once Yang Jian's group left, another man suddenly appeared not too far away from the entrance. The man's countenance was sickly pale, and he was the 9th young master of the Yang clan, Yang Xian. There was a black-robed figure by Yang Xian's side. The black-robed figure was completely covered beneath the robe, so others couldn't see his appearance at all. Yang Xian and the black-robed figure arrived before the entrance. Yang Xian looked up at the words Southern Ray Entrance, and gazed at it for a long time before he said, "Brother Gu Fan, I think that some of the clan's rules should be changed." The black-robed man fell silent for a moment and replied, "It'll help you kill all the young masters of the Yang clan so that you can be the successor." Yang Xian grinned. We can't be careless. That eldest brother of mine is no ordinary person. My fourth brother is an ancient inheritor. Oh, that 10th brother who just appeared recently, Yan Yi, isn't ordinary as well. The black-robed figure spoke indifferently. Besides Yang Lian Shuang and you, the rest of the Yang clan's younger generation are nothing. Yang Xian chuckled. You're really like my eldest sister. He paused for a moment and added. We have to kill a person before that. The black-robed man asked. Who? Yang Xian grinned. You'll find out when the time comes. However, we may not have a chance. He entered the city once he finished speaking. The black-robed man, Gu Fan, followed him in as well. Around 15 minutes after they entered the city gates closed abruptly. This represented that all the other young masters had entered the city. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded through the air above Fecta's city. The strong live and the weak die. The city gates will open again in 3 days. Those who survive will enter the next round. Chapter 1679 I'm Not Afraid of You. Amongst the 8 clans, the Yang clan's fight for succession was the most brutal. It was like how venomous insects were grown. They were made to kill each other, and only the survivors would be kept. Even though it was brutal, it was extremely effective. Because the successor born from this would be extremely outstanding in all aspects. The main factor that decides whether a clan continues to exist or falls into decline is its leader. If its leader is useless, then the clan will definitely decline. Moreover, in overall, the benefits outweighed the costs when utilizing such a method to choose the successor. Because even if the Yang clan didn't use such a method, the young masters would still fight each other, and their fights in secret would definitely be even more serious. Since that was the case, the Yang clan preferred to allow its young masters to fight openly. Because it would be under the supervision of the Yang clan's higher-ups, and it would be within their control. At the moment that mysterious voice announced the beginning of the competition, the entire city suddenly fell silent. It was the calm before the storm. But it didn't take long for the silence to be broken. Because the Yang clan's 5th young master, Yang Lin, the 3rd young master, Yang Yun, and the 6th young master, Yang Mo, had announced their withdrawal from the competition. One could choose to withdraw from the fight for succession, but the price of doing so was quite huge. Because once one chose to withdraw, that person would have to leave the Yang clan. To put it simply, they would be sent away, or to put it more bluntly, they would be exiled. They would be left to live and die on their own. The Yang clan didn't raise useless trash. Besides that, it was to prevent them from rebelling to seize power in the future. In short, once the successor was chosen, the Yang clan would channel all its resources to the successor. Abandoning the fight for succession represents that those young masters have abandoned their right to obtain the Yang clan's resources and support. Because if anything happened to them while they were away from the clan, it was very likely that the Yang clan would pay no attention to it. However, if something happened to the Yang clan's successor, actually, the successor was normally safe because the experts of the Yang clan would be there to protect the successor from the shadows. Of course, the young masters who withdrew were usually aware of the extent of their ability. Trying to fight for it without the ability to do so would be no different than courting death. Being exiled was better than death. After they withdrew from the competition, only the eldest young master, Yang Jian, the 4th young master, Yang Ru, the 7th young master, Yang Xing, the 8th young master, Yang Tian, the 9th young master, Yang Xian, and the 10th young master, Yang Yi remained. As the veil of night descended, Fecta's city seemed even quieter. Suddenly, a group of people appeared on the streets. They were led by a man holding a folding fan. It was the 4th young master of the Yang clan, Yang Ru. The Lu clan's successor, Lu Yuanzhan, was on his left, and an old man in a linen robe was on his right. There were 17 other black-robed cultivators behind the 3 of them. Based on their auras, all of them were Zenith Realm experts. It didn't take long for Yang Ru to stop moving. It was Yang Ye's abode that stood in front of him. Lu Yuanzhan suddenly asked, Brother Yang-ru, why do you insist on killing that fellow, Yang Yi? Yang-ru gazed at Yang Yes Abode for a long time and replied, I'm not the one who wants to kill him. Others want him dead. Lu Yuanzhen's eyes narrowed slightly. What do you mean? Yang-ru spoke indifferently. You may not be aware of the identity of this 10th brother of mine. His identity isn't ordinary at all. Lu Yuanzhen replied. Please do tell. Yang-ru explained. His father was an extraordinarily monstrous genius that's rare to come by in 1,000 years. All those years ago, my Yang clan was weak, and it was his father who led the clan to the point of being merely inferior to the Ying clan and on par with the Wu clan. Unfortunately, something unexpected occurred to his father, causing his father to lose his cultivation and become a cripple. Lu Yuanzhen asked. What happened after that? Yang-ru shook his head slightly. Even though he lost his cultivation, he was very popular in the clan. So, even if many wished for nothing more than to see him die, none dared to act against him. However, he was still exiled in the end. After he was exiled, all the worlds he conquered for the clan were split up amongst the others. Now, it belongs to the Yang clan. He paused for a moment and continued. Of course, that's not all. Based on the forces that his father had gathered at the time, it could be said that he would definitely be the next patriarch. Yet now, the patriarch is someone else. Do you understand what I mean? Lu Yuanzhen seemed to have thought of something, and his eyelids twitched slightly. If that person wanted to kill him, then there would be no need for you to do anything, right? Yang-ru chuckled. If not me, then who? Can he do it himself? Brother Lu, you have to realize that everyone is watching. He gazed at Yang Yes Abode and continued. Actually, it wouldn't be a problem if he didn't come back, but he came back. Lu Yuanzhen asked. What do you mean? Yang-ru chuckled. His arrival told my clan something, and it's that his father is still alive. His father isn't someone with a good temper. The Yang clan forced him to leave all those years ago. So, if he recovers his strength and returns to the Yang clan, then what do you think the first thing he does will be? Lu Yuanzhen fell silent. Yang-ru continued. Many people hit him when he was down all those years ago. Moreover, many of his father's trusted subordinates have been dealt with. So, based on his father's character, if his father returns, then the first thing his father will do is wash the Yang clan with blood. Lu Yuanzhen asked. Then why kill Yang Yi? Yang-ru's eyes narrowed slightly. Weeds should be pulled up by the root. Moreover, the natural talent and potential of this 10th brother of ours has aroused fear in the people above us. Lu Yuanzhen asked another question. Then why don't they just send a true realm expert to kill him? Do you think they didn't? Yang-ru continued. Unfortunately, they failed. His father still has many loyal subordinates. They've gained strength and position in the Yang clan, so even the Council of Elders, the Discipline Hall, or the Patriarch himself dare not act rashly. If they act against him, it may cause the Yang clan to fall into chaos. So, they have an agreement where true realm experts aren't allowed to interfere. Lu Yuanzhen nodded. I understand. But Brother Yang-ru, if you kill him, I'm afraid. Yang-ru chuckled and said, If I kill him, many may try to avenge him, right? Lu Yuanzhen nodded. Aren't you worried about that? Yang-ru gazed at Yang Yes Abode for a long time and said, I have no choice. I'm not the only one. My eldest brother, 9th brother, 5th brother, and 7th brother have no choice either. Lu Yuanzhen gazed at Yang-ru with astonishment. All of them. Yang-ru nodded and gazed at Yang Yes Abode. The Yang clan might split apart if both him and his father aren't dead. Only their deaths can put an end to the thoughts that some people in the clan are holding and guarantee that the Yang clan doesn't fall into internal strife. He suddenly chuckled when he spoke up to this point. You know, our mission isn't to survive and leave the city, it's to kill him. A ferocious smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. Or I should say that the Yang clan wants him dead. Lu Yuanzhen spoke softly. His father. Yang-ru shook his head slightly. It's best if his father doesn't show himself. If he does, he'll die as well. My Yang clan isn't the only one that doesn't want to see his father alive. His father offended many in Milky Way system all those years ago. As he spoke, he took a step forward and said, "I'll be the one to take his head." As soon as he finished speaking, the folding fan in his grasp transformed into a ray of white light that vanished on the spot. Swish! It swished through the air and instantly arrived before Yang Yes' abode. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed out from within the abode. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then the folding fan flew back into Yang Ru's grasp. Meanwhile, a ray of light descended not too far in front of Yang Ru, and then it dispersed to reveal Yang Yi's figure. Yang Ru sized up Yang Yi and said, "Looks like you've grown stronger. Congratulations." Yang Yi glanced at Yang Ru and spoke indifferently. "I don't know why you're targeting me, but as far as I'm concerned, it isn't important. If someone wants to kill me, I'll kill them." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Yang Ru waved his right hand, and then folding fan unfolded before a beam of light surged out from it. Bang! A rumbling explosion resounded as space shook violently. The beam of light was blasted into bits while the ray of light, which Yang Yi had transformed into, had arrived before Yang Ru. Yang Ru's eyes narrowed slightly. He took a step forward, and white light coiled around his finger as he tapped it forward. As soon as the tip of Yang Yi's sword came into contact with the tip of Yang Ru's finger, the space around them shook violently again. At the same time, Yang Yi and Yang Ru moved backwards repeatedly. However, it didn't take long for Yang Yi to stop himself, and then he stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that surged forward. Meanwhile, Yang Ru's eyes narrowed slightly while his body continued backwards, and he immediately slapped his left palm forward. Bang! A terrifying ray of white light sprayed out from his palm. In an instant Yang Yi was enveloped by the white light, but it only took a moment for a ray of light to tear throughout and stab at Yang Ru. A cold glow flashed through Yang Ru's eyes as he flicked his folding fan. It transformed into a ray of white lightning that shot towards Yang Yi. At the same time, he tapped his foot against the ground and transformed into a beam of light that surged in Yang Yi's direction. Meanwhile, Yang Yi held his sword with both hands and swung it forcefully. Boom! The folding fan was obliterated in an instant. At the same time, Yang Yi raised his sword and swung it once more. Boom! An explosion resounded, and then both Yang Yi and Yang Ru were pushed back repeatedly. 3 breaths of time later, they'd been pushed 300 m backwards respectively. As soon as his figure stopped moving backwards, a wisp of scarlet red seeped out from the corner of Yang Ru's mouth. He wiped off the blood and gazed at Yang Yi. "Not only has your strength improved, your physical strength has grown as well. How surprising." Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. He just stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that shot towards Yang Ru. Suddenly Yang Ru waved his right hand. Lu Yuanzhan, the old man in a linen robe, and the other 17 zenith rank experts behind him immediately swarmed forward and surrounded Yang Yi. Bang! Bang! Numerous explosions resounded, and a figure was blasted almost 10 kilometers away. It was Yang Yi! Once he stopped himself, Yang Yi gazed at the old man in a linen robe. The old man was a half-step true realm expert. Meanwhile, Yang Ru laughed coldly. "I'm not going to fight you by myself today. Yang Yi, no matter how extraordinary you are, you're going to die today." As he spoke, he tapped his right foot against the ground and transformed into a ray of white light that shot towards Yang Yi. At the same time, Lu Yuanzhan and the others followed closely behind him. A savage smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. "Ganging up on me? I'm not afraid of you." As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped his right hand, and a diagram appeared before him. In an instant, the diagram shook violently and vanished on the spot. After that, the scene in the surroundings transformed into a starry sky. The stellar sword diagram. Chapter 1680. He didn't have one. The stellar sword diagram. Even though it was just a treasure that used to be considered as surpassing the known ranks of quality, and could be considered to be a treasure a rank beneath the zenith rank, its might mainly depended on the user's strength and sword intent. Especially sword intent. No matter what type of sword energy it was, all of them depended on sword intent. Of course, some rare sword cultivators were an exception to this. At the moment the surroundings transformed into a starry sky, Yang Yi tossed the sword precursor up into the air, and then countless rays of stellar sword energy descended from the sky. At this moment, the entire city seemed like it was being illuminated by the sun. However, it didn't take long for the stellar sword energy to converge towards the center. In the end, they overlapped incessantly and formed just 100 beams of sword energy. After that, those 100 beams of sword energy descended like thunderbolts towards Yang Ru's group. Yang Ru and the others' expressions changed when they saw the sword energy descend. Because after the sword energy overlapped, the energy contained within those 100 beams of sword energy had become even more terrifying. Most importantly, the sword energy was enhanced by 2 types of intents. Zenith rank slaughter intent. Zenith rank sword intent. Yang Yi possessed zenith rank sword intent now. The method had come up with in the primordial pagoda had worked. His sword intent had finally arrived at his limits while being tempered by the divine flame. It had finally attained the zenith. With zenith rank slaughter intent and sword intent to enhance them, the energy contained within the stellar sword energy was simply terrifying to the extreme. Even though enhancing sword energy with slaughter intent would greatly improve its strength, the effects were far inferior to sword intent. Especially when both his slaughter intent and sword intent contained unyielding will, it made the strength of those 100 beams of stellar sword energy to arrive at their limits. Coupled with the fact that Yang Yi was at the rebirth realm now, he was able to control the stellar sword diagram even better than before. So, the stellar sword energy was more terrifying than his sword of rebirth. Yang Yi controlled the stellar sword energy to descend upon Yang Ru's group. Stellar sword energy crisscrossed through the area. H. Numerous shrill cries resounded incessantly. It was a slaughter. A true slaughter. The Zenith Realm experts were practically unable to fight back when facing the stellar sword energy. In just a short 3 breaths of time, a few had already been killed. Destroy the starry sky around us! Suddenly Yang Ru's voice resounded, and then a beam of white light shot up into the sky and exploded. Boom! The starry sky shook violently, and then the space in the surroundings seemed to be ethereal. Yang Ru and the others were delighted by this, and they intended to attack again. However, Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was within their group when he appeared again. After that, countless rays of sword energy erupted from amidst them. Hiss! 2 Zenith Realm experts were caught off guard and had their heads chopped off. At the same time, powerful slaughter intent and sword intent pushed all of them around 1 kilometer away. Yang Yi's assault instantly threw Yang Ru's group into chaos, and the stellar sword energy instantly killed a few more Zenith Realm experts. Yang Yi! Suddenly, Yang Ru roared with fury, and then he transformed into a ray of white light that shot towards Yang Yi, who was slaughtering his forces. However, Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was behind another Zenith Realm expert. Hiss! A head flew up into the air while accompanied by a torrent of blood. At the moment that head flew up into the air, Yang Yi had vanished again, and he appeared behind another Zenith Realm expert. Hiss! The head of another Zenith Realm expert flew up into the air. At this moment, the remaining Zenith Realm experts, Liu Yuanzhan, and the linen-robed old man were slightly anxious. At this moment, they noticed that they'd far underestimated Yang Yi's strength. Yang Yi's current strength had completely surpassed the Yang Yi they'd met that day. Yang Yi's overall strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Coupled with the stellar sword energy, which was keeping them busy, they weren't a threat to Yang Yi at all. As for Yang Yi's laws of darkness, it had become a nightmare to them. A ray of light flashed, and a head would drop. Ignore him and destroy this space! Suddenly Yang Ru's voice resounded again, and then countless beams of white light swept out from him. At the same time, the linen-robed old man and Lu Yuanzhan hurriedly attacked as well. Their joint forces caused the starry sky around them to grow even more ethereal. 10 breaths of time later, an explosion finally resounded as it shattered. The stellar sword energy vanished, and the surroundings returned to normal. However, there were 17 corpses lying on the ground, and most of them were headless. Even though Yang Ru, Lu Yuanzhan, and the linen-robed old man were still alive, their bodies were covered in no less than a dozen cuts. Especially Lu Yuanzhan, one of his ears was missing. At this moment, all 3 of them had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. Especially Yang Ru. Those Zenith Realm experts were mostly experts that had fostered over numerous years, and some were external support had drawn over to his side. Yet now, all of them were gone. All of them were gone. Yang Ru's face grew even more unsightly. Yang Yi angled his sword towards the ground, and then he gazed at Yang Ru's group. Was that fun? Actually, he wanted to kill Yang Ru, the old man, and Lu Yuanzhan, but he wasn't confident in his ability to kill them with one strike. Once he failed to do that, he would have wasted time. Moreover, it may allow the enemy to converge together. If they were able to group together, then it would be very difficult for him to kill them one by one. So, had targeted those who were easy to kill. Yang Ru's face was instantly covered in a ferocious expression when he heard Yang Yi. Yang Yi, you! Shut up! If you want to fight, then fight! Stop talking nonsense! As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. The Sword of Rebirth. After it was enhanced by Zenith rank Slaughter Intent and Sword Intent, the Sword of Rebirth's might had risen to a new high. Especially when his intents carried his unyielding will. Everywhere it passed, space instantly cracked open. Lu Yuanzhan's expression changed when he witnessed this scene. Because once the fight for succession began, the space in Fecta City had been fortified by the experts of the Yang clan. It could be said that even true realm experts would find it difficult to break open the space here. Yet now, Yang Yi had actually cracked open space. He could imagine how terrifying Yang Yi's attack was. Yang Ru's expression had changed as well. He waved his hands and countless beams of white light instantly surged out from him. They converged together to form a huge ball of light that protected him behind it. The ray of light arrived before him. Bang! In an instant, the space in a huge area shook violently, and then the ball of light rumbled and exploded into bits. Countless waves of terrifying energy swept out from the point of collision, while Yang Ru's figure was blasted over 3 kilometers away. Meanwhile, a ray of light tore through the waves of energy, and it instantly arrived before Yang Ru. Suddenly, an energy palm appeared on Yang Yi's left, causing Yang Yi's eyes to narrow slightly. He changed his attack's trajectory and directed it towards the left. Bang! The energy palm was obliterated. Meanwhile, Yang Ru had converged with Lu Yuanzhan and the linen-robed old man. At this moment, all of them had extremely vigilant expressions on their faces. Yang Yi's strength had completely exceeded their expectations. Yang Ru stared at Yang Yi. How could you have become so strong? You! Shut the hell up! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was behind Yang Ru when he appeared again. Yang Ru's expression changed drastically when he noticed this. He was about to defend himself when Yang Yi suddenly vanished again. As soon as Yang Yi's figure vanished once more, the linen-robed old man's expression had changed drastically because Yang Yi had appeared behind him. A diversion. The old man was horrified. A terrifying aura surged out from him. However, it was instantly sliced open by Yang Yi's sword that carried his unyielding slaughter intent and unyielding sword intent. Hiss! After that, the old man's head flew up into the air while accompanied by a torrent of blood. Once he killed the old man, Yang Yi vanished on the spot again. Watch out! Yang Ru's shocked voice suddenly resounded. Lu Yuanzhan's expression had instantly changed when Yang Yi's figure vanished. He was about to flee when 2 terrifying waves of intent pressed down upon him, causing his body to stiffen for a moment. Hiss! At that exact moment, Lu Yuanzhen's head flew up into the air. Instant annihilation! After he comprehended the unyielding will and improved his sword intent, Yan Ye's strength had arrived at a new height. Especially the unyielding will, it hadn't just improved his physical strength, it had improved his sword intent and slaughter intent. It could be said that he wasn't just able to kill half-step true realm experts, he could even fight true realm experts. Of course, a gap still existed between them, but he wouldn't be completely suppressed like he had been in the past. While Yang Yi killed Lu Yuanzhan, Yang Ru had fled towards the distance. At the same time, numerous rays of white light surged out from him and overlapped behind him. At this moment, he was truly afraid. Yang Yi gazed at Yang Ru. Now we can fight one-on-one. Yang Ru stared at Yang Yi for a long time before he smiled. Yang Yi, I can't kill you, but someone will. You'll be watching. As he spoke, he flipped his right palm, and a talisman shot up into the air. In an instant, a beam of light enveloped him, and then he vanished on the spot. Had given up on the competition. Yang Ru had withdrawn. Had withdrawn so that he could stay alive. Yang Yi fell silent. Had heard about it from Yang Xian. Once the fight for succession began, if a young master felt that he wasn't able to continue, then he could choose to give up. That talisman was the talisman that would keep them safe. It could be used to escape and stay alive. Every participating young master had one. However, Yang Yi didn't have one. Chapter 1681 Lend me your heads. He didn't have one. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he looked up at the sky. The starry sky was deathly silent. Had the Yang clan forgotten to give him a talisman? How could that be possible? He gazed at the starry sky for a long time, and then he suddenly chuckled. Now, he truly believed Yang Xian. There really were many in the Yang clan who wanted him dead. The reason Yang Ru wanted to kill him had definitely been because of orders from someone in the Yang clan. Otherwise, there was no enmity between them, so Yang Ru wouldn't be stupid enough to offend him for no reason. The Yang clan. It feels slightly off. Meanwhile, Lu Ligay appeared by Yang Ye's side. He glanced at the surroundings. It's too quiet. Yang Yi sized up Lu Ligay. You've recovered? Lu Ligay nodded slightly. Completely. Yang Yi nodded and said, Leave. Lu Ligay spoke with displeasure. What are you trying to say? You're afraid it'll be a burden? Yang Yi nodded. A little. Lu Ligay's face instantly darkened. He fell silent for a long time and shook his head. I know what you're trying to say. You don't want to drag me down with you, but do you think I would leave? Even though you're stronger than me, I'm at the rebirth realm too. Moreover, I can surmount my realm of cultivation in battle as well. Yang Yi shook his head. Have you not noticed that the situation isn't normal? Lu Ligay glanced at the surroundings and replied. It doesn't make a difference to me. Yang Yi turned to look at Lu Ligay, and he gazed at Lu Ligay for a long time before he said, All right, I won't persuade you further. Don't worry, it'll definitely bury you if you die. Lu Ligay shrugged. Don't worry, I too will bury you if you die. They looked at each other and smiled. Everything was said with just a glance and a smile. Suddenly a voice resounded. Both of you will die. Yang Yi turned to look towards the source of the voice. He saw a group of people walking slowly towards them, and the group was led by the eldest young master of the Yang clan, Yang Jian. It didn't take long for Yang Jian's group to stop. Yang Jian sized up Yang Yi and said, In my personal opinion, I really admire you. You're truly man enough. He shook his head at this point. But you shouldn't have come. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. I didn't want to, but it was all of you who forced me to. Yang Jian fell silent for a long time and said, Where there are people, there is strife. Some want you to return in order to incite dissension. The only way to resolve that is to kill you. Yang Yi shook his head. I don't want to die. Yang Jian nodded. No one does. Yang Yi fell silent for some time and replied, Are there benefits for killing me? Yang Jian fell silent. Yan Yi asked. You can't say? In any case, I may be dying for sure, right? Yang Jian replied. The one who kills you will instantly advance to the next round and become a candidate to be the successor. Besides that, that person will be awarded with a true rank treasure. A true rank treasure! Tisk tsk. Your Yang clan is really generous. Meanwhile, Lu Ligay suddenly said, A true rank treasure. Treasures at that rank are like a legend in the medium universe of our Milky Way system. Yan Yi fell silent. He hadn't expected that someone in the Yang clan would actually not hesitate to give out a true rank treasure in order to kill him. He didn't know how strong such a treasure was, but it was obvious that it was extremely terrifying. After all, even zenith rank treasures were extraordinary. A true rank treasure and the position of candidate to be the successor. How could any of the Yang clan's young masters resist such temptation? Not to mention them, even Yang Yi himself was quite tempted. Meanwhile, Yang Jian said, Of course, there's another reason, and it's the main reason. Yang Yi asked, What? Yang Jian looked Yang Yi in the eyes. The clan will never let you be the successor. Yang Yi asked, Why? Yang Jian replied, Fear. Many are afraid. If you become the successor, they won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. So, even if others are trying to protect you in secret, you'll still die this time. Because those who wish to protect you have come to an agreement with those who wish for your death. Yang Yi asked, What agreement? True realm experts are prohibited from interfering. Yang Jian continued, If you're able to survive when no true realm experts act against you, then it's your ability that kept you alive. If you die, then no one can be blamed but you. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and gazed at Yang Jian. So, I won't be able to leave Fectus City no matter what, right? Yang Jian looked Yang Yi in the eyes. Yes. Yang Yi suddenly chuckled. As he laughed, a ferocious expression gradually appeared on his face, and then he looked up at the sky. All of you forced me to return. Fine, I came back. Yet now you want me to die. You think I'm someone you can do as you please with? As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his sword at Yang Jian's group. Didn't you want to kill me? Come. Are you going to fight me one-on-one, or gang up on me? Suddenly, the man in an ink-black robe by Yang Jian's side stepped forward, but Yang Jian stopped him and shook his head. Brother Gu Xie, we don't have to fight him one-on-one. The man called Gu Xie grinned. I know what you mean. However, let me fight him, all right? And sure you're aware that I've never been fond of ganging up on others. So, how about all of you join in if I lose? Yang Jian fell silent for an instant before he nodded. Be careful. Of course. Gu Xie nodded, and then he walked over to Yang Yi. There's no enmity between us, but Yang Jian is my brother, so I have to help him. As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped his palm, and a golden rod appeared in his grasp. Yang Yi nodded. Then let's fight. As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped his right foot against the ground and transformed into a ray of light. The ray of light tore through the night sky like a bolt of lightning, and the sharp and fierce aura it carried caused Yang Jian and the others to reveal solemn expressions. 2 zenith rank intense enhanced by the unyielding will. It could be said that even a casual strand of sword energy he released was extremely terrifying. Gu Xiu had a solemn expression in his eyes as well. He remained silent for a moment, and then he suddenly stabbed his rod forward. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of metal colliding resounded. In an instant, the space in an area of 3 kilometers cracked apart. At the same time, Yang Yi and Gu Xia were pushed back by the powerful force of the collision. However, Yang Yi had stopped himself after moving less than 30 m back. After that, he vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Gu Xia when he appeared once more. At this moment, there was an ancient sheath in his left grasp, and he sheathed his sword before immediately drawing it. Bang! The space in the surroundings trembled violently, and seemed like it was almost unable to endure the might of this attack. 17 overlapped heavenrends. Heavenrends that were enhanced by unyielding sword intent and unyielding slaughter intent. The young man's expression changed when he sensed the energy contained within Yan Ye's attack. His profound energy surged madly while he raised his iron rod to block Yan Ye's attack. Bang! As soon as they collided with each other, the iron rod exploded into bits, and Gu Xie's figure was blasted over 6 kilometers away. However, he was completely unharmed because there was a gold round shield in front of him. The shield had absorbed most of the force from Yan Ye's attack, so Gu Xie was completely fine. However, as soon as he stopped himself, Yang Yi appeared before him again, and then Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it once more. Gu Xie's pupils constricted slightly, and he pressed a palm against the shield. In an instant, a ray of dazzling golden light erupted from the shield, and it instantly slammed against Yan Ye's attack. Boom! Crack! A rumbling explosion resounded, and then the space here instantly cracked open. Moreover, the cracks were spreading, and space seemed like it would collapse at any moment. However, the space here was suddenly repaired. Yan Yi didn't attack again. He looked up into the sky, and then a cold smile curled up on his face. Someone was helping Gu Xie. Or it should be said, someone was helping Yang Jian. Had intentionally damaged the space here just now. So long as it collapsed, then he would be able to instantly kill Gu Xie. Moreover, he could even rely on the black hole to slaughter the group of Zenith Realm experts behind Yang Jian. However, someone had instantly repaired the space here when it showed signs of collapsing. Gu Xie wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. Zenith rank slaughter intent, Zenith rank sword intent, and a mysterious energy. Good! You're really strong and worthy of me fighting you seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward. In an instant, a terrifying wave of aura swept out from him, and then numerous shadows flashed out incessantly from him. The shadows were extremely swift and instantly surrounded Yang Yi. Lu Ligay hurriedly warned Yang Yi. Be careful! That's a half-step true rank technique at least. Suddenly, a ray of light tore through the air. In an instant, countless rays of sword energy surged out explosively, and then the shadows were torn apart. At the same time, a sword howl resounded. A vicious glow flashed through Gu Xie's eyes. He took the golden shield in his right hand, tapped his right foot lightly against the ground, and transformed into a ray of golden light that shot towards the sword energy and images. Rumble! It didn't take long for numerous sword howls and explosions to resound. Around 30 breaths of time later, the battlefield fell quiet abruptly. The images and sword energy gradually dispersed. Everyone here was staring at the battlefield without blinking. It didn't take long for a man to appear before their fields of vision. It was Yang Yi. Yang Yi was holding a bloody head in his grasp, and it belonged to Gu Xie. Yang Jian slowly closed his eyes when he witnessed this scene. Yang Yi casually tossed the head over to Lu Ligay and said, I want to put together a few words. Collect the heads of all those fellows that I've killed. I'm going to put a few words together for the Yang clan. Lu Ligay glanced at Yang Yi, and then he nodded. It didn't take long for him to gather all the heads of the experts which Yang Yi had killed just now. Yang Yi glanced at those heads and shook his head. They aren't enough. He looked up at Yang Jian's group and said, Lend me your heads. Chapter 1682 Let me rest for a while. Lend me your heads. Yang Jian and the others' expressions instantly became extremely unsightly when they heard Yang Yi. Contempt. It was an obvious display of contempt. Yang Jian's face fell. He gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, I really didn't expect your strength to have attained such a level. Had witnessed Yang Yi's strength that day. At that time, it was still extremely strenuous for Yang Yi to fight a half-step true realm expert. Yet now, ordinary half-step true realm experts wouldn't be able to fight Yang Yi at all. Moreover, that was probably not Yang Yi's true strength. Yang Yi didn't speak. He just raised his sword and started walking slowly towards Yang Jian's group. He just walked like that without releasing his intent, and there wasn't even the slightest fluctuation of profound energy coming from him. However, Yang Jian and the others felt an invisible wave of pressure, and its mental effects were especially significant. It was pressure that struck the heart. Yang Jian stared at Yang Yi. Yang Yi grew closer and closer. When he arrived around 30 m away from Yang Jian's group, Yang Jian suddenly raised his right hand. In an instant, 20 powerful auras shot up into the air, and then they formed an invisible mountain that slammed down in Yang Yi's direction. Besides those 20 auras that came from Zenith Realm experts, the aura of the old man by Yang Jian's side had surged out as well. It was right in front of the mountain of aura, and it was the strongest. The aura of a half-step true realm expert. When the aura arrived around 10 m away from him, Yang Yi stopped, and then two intents surged out from within him. Unyielding slaughter intent. Unyielding sword intent. In just a short moment, Yang Yi's intents had collided with their auras in midair. Boom! A loud explosion resounded, and the space here instantly started trembling violently. Just like that, Yang Yi's intents and their auras entered into a stalemate. Even though Yang Yi was all alone, his unyielding sword intent and unyielding slaughter intent weren't at the slightest disadvantage when facing the auras of the 21 experts standing before him. The space in the surroundings gradually started to tremble, and seemed like the surface of a lake that had wind blowing atop it. Time trickled by. Around 10 minutes later, the space in the surroundings started to ripple more and more violently. Another 10 minutes passed, and the space in the surroundings was rippling violently like an earthquake was running through it. It was an extremely shocking sight. At this moment, the space here was almost unable to endure the force of their collision. Around 10 minutes later, crack! A clear and loud crack resounded, and then the space in the surroundings started cracking open. However, as soon as it cracked open, numerous strands of mysterious energy would instantly repair the cracks. Yang Yi glanced up into the sky while a cold smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. It was obvious that they were afraid of allowing Yang Yi to shatter the space here. Based on his current strength, so long as he could shatter the space in the surroundings, he wouldn't even have to fear a true realm expert once he took control of the energy within the black hole. As for these Zenith realm experts, even if they were elites amongst elites, killing them would be like slaughtering helpless chickens once the space here was shattered. Of course, even if the space here wasn't shattered, he could still kill them with ease if they fought one-on-one. Kill! Suddenly Yang Jian's voice resounded. As soon as he gave the order, the Zenith realm experts at the half-step true realm expert behind him charged at Yang Yi. All 21 of them instantly arrived around Yang Yi, and then they formed a strange formation around him. After that, a wave of invisible energy appeared here. It was a formation. Yang Yi glanced at the experts around him and tightened his grip on the ancient sheath in his left hand. A moment of silence ensued, and then he suddenly drew his sword and swung it at the Zenith realm expert in front of him. Wham! A sword howl resounded, and then a ray of sword energy flashed out from Yang Yi's sword. The sword energy tore through the air and instantly arrived before the Zenith realm expert who was closest to Yang Yi. The powerful force within the sword energy caused the space in the surroundings to warp. However, that Zenith realm expert displayed no fear. The sword energy arrived before him, and he immediately raised his spear and stabbed it forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi's sword energy was blasted into bits. As for that Zenith realm expert, he was pushed backwards repeatedly. However, he was merely pushed around 10 m back before a large amount of the mysterious energy in the surroundings surged into him. As the mysterious energy surged into him, he tapped his right foot against the ground, and his body instantly stopped on the spot. After that, he returned to where he had been standing a few moments ago. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly because it was quite surprising. It was utterly impossible for that Zenith realm expert to be a match for him, and it was impossible for that Zenith realm expert to go head-on against an attack from him. However, that expert hadn't just accomplished that, had done so without suffering any injuries. Be careful! Suddenly, Lu Ligay said. This formation should be your Yang clan's renowned spirit union formation. Once it's activated, the experts in the formation are like a single whole. In other words, when you face one of them, It's like facing everyone in the formation. So, good luck! The Spirit Union formation. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. Sure enough, he noticed that they seemed like a single whole. Regardless of whether it was their movements or auras, they seemed to be merged together perfectly. Suddenly Yang Jian's voice resounded. Kill! The Zenith Realm expert closest to Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Yi when he appeared again. After that, a spear carried a wave of powerful force as it stabbed forward in Yang Yi's direction. The spear was like a bolt of lightning and space trembled before it. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't dare act carelessly. His sword immediately shot forward while carrying unyielding sword intent and unyielding slaughter intent. He hadn't tried to use any techniques or tricks. He intended to go head-on against it. He liked to collide directly with his enemies. The sword and spear collided in midair in the most direct manner. Clang! As soon as they collided, a sharp and ear-piercing sound of metal colliding resounded. At the same time, an invisible wave of energy swept out from the point of collision. Yang Yi and that Zenith Realm expert were the ones to bear the brunt of it, and they were pushed backwards repeatedly. As soon as Yang Yi stopped moving backwards, his expression changed because a Zenith Realm expert had suddenly appeared behind him, and then a spear stabbed towards him. The powerful energy contained within the spear wasn't any inferior to the previous attack. A cold glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and then he sheathed his sword before turning around and drawing it. Wham! A sword howl resounded, and it caused the space around Yang Yi to tremble. Clang! As soon as they collided, both spear and sword shook violently, and then the Zenith Realm expert was pushed backwards repeatedly. As for Yang Yi, he was similarly pushed backwards by the force within the collision. However, he hadn't even moved 10 back when another Zenith Realm expert appeared behind him. Just like before, a spear stabbed towards his back. At this moment, Yang Yi's expression finally changed. Now, had finally realized how terrifying this formation was. It contained the joint forces of 21 people. Even if such energy couldn't compare to a true realm expert, it was definitely not much weaker. Moreover, that wasn't even the most important part. The most important part was that all 21 of them were equivalent to true realm experts right now. Because even if he fought off one of them, another would appear immediately, and that person's strength would still be that strong. In other words, unless he crushed all of them with a single blow, he would be exhausted to death. However, how could he possibly accomplish that? Yang Yi didn't have the time to think. He immediately turned around and attacked. Bang! The spear and sword shook violently, and then both of them were pushed backwards again. But just like before, as soon as Yang Yi's figure started moving backwards, another Zenith Realm expert appeared behind him. Lu Ligei's face fell when he witnessed this. If this continued, then Yang Yi would definitely be exhausted to death. However, he was utterly helpless. Because Yang Jian's aura was locked onto him. So long as he made a move, Yang Jian would attack right away. So, he couldn't help Yang Yi at all. Yang Yi was being completely suppressed. At this moment, he could only defend himself. Because he couldn't attack at all. Every single time he faced one of the Zenith Realm experts around him, it was like facing the joint forces of 21 experts. So, he was unable to instantly kill any one of them. Bang! After pushing another Zenith Realm expert back, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he vanished on the spot. When his figure appeared again, he was behind the Zenith Realm expert who had moved to attack him from behind. The laws of darkness. However, as soon as he appeared behind that Zenith Realm expert, a powerful aura swept out from that Zenith Realm expert. Bang! Yang Yi was instantly blasted away by the aura. The laws of darkness. Meanwhile, Yang Jian spoke abruptly. We're very much afraid of your laws of darkness. So, how could we not take precautions against it? He paused for a moment and continued. Don't you have another person to help you? Are you still not going to call for her? Right, don't you have that diagram too? You can try it as well. Yang Yi glanced at Yang Jian, and then he withdrew his gaze. After that, he glanced at the Zenith Realm experts around him, fell silent for an instant, and then slowly closed his eyes. The expressions of the Zenith Realm experts instantly became solemn. Obviously, Yang Yi was about to use a powerful technique. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi suddenly said, "It's time to let all of you witness my true strength." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and then he vanished on the spot. All of them seemed like they were facing a powerful enemy. However, Yang Yi appeared behind Lu Ligay, and then he glanced at them and said, "I'm tired. Let me rest for a while before we continue." All of them felt speechless. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.